Kasi fokusan ti. Ay, siya pa ka na. Kasi fokusan ti. Vision ti. Welcome. Welcome, Starseed children. Indigos, Crystalline children of the Diamond Sun DNA. I'm Akasha Ajrai. Welcome to Starseed Evolution channel. This channel is dedicated to all the bizarre, weird, galactic awakening process for Starseed Ascension support, Indigo, Crystals, and Rainbow Children support. Dedication to the Utopia New Earth systems. Light body activation, star body activations, returning to our crystalline angelic human blueprint, the return of our Starseed Galactic roles, gatekeeper, grid keepers, guardian roles, ambassador roles, why we came in here on this sacred journey. So we just want to connect into the heart space, dedication to newer systems, fifth dimensional realities, seventh dimensional realities, 12th dimensional expansion realities. This channel is dedicated to the universal DNA systems, the super quantum computer system, multidimensional realities, Merkaba vehicle, reality mastery, programmer reality masteries. Welcome into this space. This is our Galactic Spy podcast. Welcome to the Golden Owl Circle Starship. This is day 2. This is going to be for Starseed education. Stargate Multidimensional Mastery School, development, light body developments. Connecting into this space. Welcome to all of you. We're sending the highest frequency of purity and love, and this is from the Galactic Families of Light. We're going to be calling in the Lyran Councils, the Royal Houses of Lyra, the Emerald Order, Amethyst Order, Gold Ray Order, Arcturians. The Arcturian Councils coming into the space, Seraphim and Orphans, Christos Guardian Races, connecting into the systems. We also want to connect to our Ascension support teams, our gatekeepers, to come in and to grid into this space and open up this space. Feline humanoids, all of our divine avian races, God realms, highest dimensional beings, highest light dimensional beings, meta-dimensional beings, and ultra-dimensional beings to grid into this space. Angelic human races. I've been connecting to a new lizard race, and they're actually absolutely beautiful, and they're lizard humanoids. They are benevolent beings. Connecting to them. Hathor councils. We want to connect into the Hathors and then also the Olympians to come in and to grid into this space. This is a welcome space of unity consciousness and unity consciousness templates. There's many, the mantises, yes. Mantis beings. I'm going to be bringing in the mantis councils to be able to align into the space, the highest benevolent beings, to connect. So it seems like we have a huge setting of lots of galactic families that would like to communicate to their star children, their indigo children, crystal children, and rainbow children that are here on this planet. I am here as Indigo Type 1 for first contact. Galactic contact, you can call it first contact, but that's fine. I'm a translator for multiple councils, multiple Stargate councils. So I realized at this point, connecting into their frequencies, because I don't channel, telepathically communicating through my heart center, which I can do now. I wasn't able to do it before. Everything was more in the crown, and now it's in the heart. Telepathically communicating to multiple councils through the heart center. That's the development of your light body, which would be light body phase 3, phase 4, and communicating to them. So I just realized now I'm pretty much a translator for all of them for you guys. There's lots of galactic families that were in the Great Galactic Reawakening and Returning. Unity templates are set. Unified templates are set. All connecting into peace and harmony. Peace, harmony, love, and oneness. We're here to adjust a huge timeline and a huge timeline system. Walking into this space, of my multidimensional selves and multidimensional higher selves, we connect into a sacred space of unity. We are here to adjust major timelines for unification, unity consciousness, and that is with all dimensional beings on this planet, universal beings on this planet. So we do hold the highest frequency of peace, love, and unity. Unifying the collectives, also unifying the families and galactic families in the multiverses, to come together in a unification, not from a place of duality and polarity. Fourth dimensional frequencies, perception, belief systems. So we're going to be holding a space in order to unify us all together. This was a place where you could come into as reptilians, lizard, Anunnaki, Dracos. There are Dracos starseeds too here as well. Anunnaki starseeds, reptilian starseeds, Angelics, feline starseeds, and I can keep going on, but I just wanted to connect into this field that this was a place for a rehab center, for healing for all species to come into. And that was about a few thousand years ago. So we want it to return to love and peace and what it was here in the development and structures and the templates of what it was. Before the distortions and the distortions of Atlantis. So we're going to hold this space and hold this space at a high frequency. Today we're going to be doing conversation. So I would like to just connect. Just letting you know, towards the end, I will be taking questions. Questions on the chat. On the chat for our YouTube. So if anybody has any questions, you probably want to wait until I say that I'm going to take questions on the chat on YouTube. So just stay tuned. It could be a few hours. It could be an hour and a half. It is quantum and quantum flow space. So I'm not really sure on how long of the time it's going to be, but if you stay tuned, if you have questions about your ascension body. The ascension body is your temple body, which is the physical body, the body that's moving from third dimensional frequency to a fourth dimensional frequency, bandwidth, to a fifth dimensional frequency, crystalline diamond structures, and then plasma structures. So this is going to be more focused on the actual ascension body, the ascension physical body. We're also going to be connecting and to any questions that you do have for Starseed support. If you're just spiritually waking up, or if you are noticing that you're an indigo, angelic human, crystal child, Starseed, rainbow warrior, light worker, light warrior, they're gatekeeper, grid keeper. So we just want to support you for 4 days. So this is day 2 of our Starseed support. And we're just going to bring in all that is needed and have lots of fun. So this is a fun, crazy, and bizarre space in order for you to open your heart and to be able to play and have fun in fifth dimensional frequencies and high vibrational frequencies. So I'd like for you guys just to say where you guys are from. Connecting, we have Phoenix and Australia, New Jersey, Mexico. So just connecting into this space, you can all say where you guys are from. Starseeds are a little bit different from indigos, but starseeds and indigos, crystal children, are all kind of scattered out across the planet. So starseeds is really rare to find a few of you guys in the same place. And I'm going to say rare for awakened. Okay, so majority of the starseeds, yes, hi honey, honey's in Maryland. Majority of the starseeds most likely are not awaken. Okay, so some of them are not, and it's okay. They don't have to be fully awakened yet. So it is rare to be able to connect with your family and the family of light. We want to open up the space and open up this galactic space. Today we're going to be working with seraphims, seraphim and oraphim councils. Okay, the Emerald Order is coming into as well, into this space. Just connecting into it and holding the high frequencies. So I definitely want to work with my mantis family. They look like praying mantises, connecting with them. They're my favorite. my favorite new family that I'm connecting with right now. Integration, most likely just integration and DNA activating with them. So it's lots of fun. All right, so I'm just going to connect into the heart space, and I'm going to let my star family that's on here to introduce yourselves. So I'm going to let you guys introduce yourselves, and then I'm going to go into some conversations about sacred union, universal male and female, the Heroes Gamos relationship, me and my galactic husband's relationship, so we can kind of communicate about our experiences, the awakening process. So if you guys want to introduce yourselves, you guys can just say who you are and where you guys are from. Those are the ones that are on my Zoom meeting.
Hi. I'm Jess.
I'm Sarah.
Jess and Sarah. We're from Utah, but we're living in Mexico now.
Yes.
It was like a relocation from craziness.
Thank you for being present on day 2. Thank you for being here to support.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Roshanag, or Akasha calls me Rosa, which is wonderful. So I'm Rosa from New Jersey.
Yes, Rosa is my sister. Hi, sister.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nelson. I'm in Canada.
Awesome. He's in our star brother. Yeah, he's definitely connected to Lyra. So it's beautiful. Connecting into the space. His higher self is a beautiful lioness being. I don't know if Matthew is able to share. I don't.
Yeah, hi. Matthew from Australia. Yeah, sorry, a bit windy.
It's okay. He's in Australia. I wonder what time is it there? Is it morning?
It's just past 11:11. It's 11:24 in the morning.
It's 11. Awesome. Amazing. Yeah. That's beautiful. All right. Thank you for sharing. Welcome into this space. They're the Starseeds that are going to be supporting the all in this space today. Thank you so much for being present. Thank you for awakening, and that's coming from the Galactic families too. We're going to be connecting into the Syrian Council, so the Syrian Councils are coming into as well. We're going to be working on the heart space and activating through a Stargate system. So for day 2, we are still doing upgrades and activations as we, go through the quantum acceleration for the 4 days. It's always a quantum acceleration. So we're going to be working through a galactic cosmic heart Stargate system, and that's going to be with the royal houses of Lyra. I call them Lyra, but some people call them Lyra. Lioness being, so you'll be able to tune into the Stargate system. It's a crystalline matrix system Stargate, and it's going to be a portal. You can't miss it because it has a white lion face on it. It's actually huge when you're connecting to it. We're going to be going into just some developments about the universal male and female and sharing experiences. Sharing the experiences of sacred unions and divine unions. Fifth dimensional relationships and how nothing is the same ever again. So you have fifth dimensional sacred unions, and that's heart-to-heart connection. So it would be nothing of the same anymore. It's on a vibrational level, a vibrational frequency level. And I don't say level, but I'm just going to say level because that's what the universe is coming in and saying right now. The universal soul, that's fine. It doesn't really matter how we speak. As far as speaking in unity, connecting into the fifth dimensional frequencies. Fifth dimensional frequencies is full embodiment of fifth dimensional lucid euphoric relationships, heart-to-heart connection relationships, DMT acceleration, quantum acceleration relationships. And we do say the DMT because everything will burst open. All your cosmic centers will start to burst open. They will start to activate and to expand. When you connect into that union and the vibrational frequency of a fifth dimensional partnership, and that's a sacred union partnership, and that is two angelic humans coming together as one. The expansion is unity consciousness. So you have to understand, you can start off with the developments of moving through softwares in the fourth dimensional frequency bandwidths. Fourth dimensional frequency bandwidths will be duality, clearing duality, separation and judgment within yourself, and then external. The fifth dimensional partnership is it's a frequency bandwidth. So you have to understand it's light and pure light. It's a purity relationship, Christ consciousness, cosmic consciousness, heart consciousness, full heart consciousness, and that's the connection to the sacred union. The fifth dimensional system would be in the heart. The heart union, and you would develop the sacred marriage, union, Heroes Gamos developments of the egg phases, cosmic egg phases. There's a lunar egg and a golden egg. To be honest with you, me and my husband, we actually see it as a plasma pastel. So it's a plasma pastel with music. Music like an orchestra. The whole system is a plasma system, a liquid egg system. So eventually you'll see yourselves in an actual egg with each other. Most likely the vortex would be developed in the bed, in the actual vortex, wherever you spend the most time sleeping. So that's most likely where you would tune into it in your dream state, in the lucid states, until you actually can see again. When we say see again, you can actually see the pastels, the pastel plates, the plasma, the rainbow frequencies, and it's an actual plasma liquid egg. You can't miss it because you feel like you're underwater all the time, that you're walking underwater. So, and then eventually you'll hear orchestras and music in the egg. And it really does sound like an orchestra playing. And it is, as you, it really is an orchestra. So it's really funny. You'll connect each other's hearts together, and then you'll be playing music. And as you guys sit and meditate, or it doesn't matter what you're doing, because at that point you're always going to be orchestrating with music and pastels, and you can't go backwards after that. It's pretty much the end. I'm going to say of the Holy Union, that we would say it's like, it's not really the end, but I would say that's the completion, because there's a few phases of the eggs. But when we constructed it in 2019, mine's a little bit different. Mine is actually with my galactic husband from the future. So mine is a little bit different, if you want to say, is that my husband's from the future. So he's from the 4000s. Yeah, 4,000 and 200s. He's over on the baselines, and I guess you would call it the Guardian Alliance bases. So he's from another point in time, but it really doesn't matter, because you have to understand that once you upgrade your Merkaba to the diamond vehicle, it really doesn't matter about time and space, because there is no time and space in 0 point. So you would have to understand that we can walk through time and space. By that time, you're on a super quantum computer system. So it really doesn't matter. And that's why we call it the Starseed and Indigo relationship, that you have to awaken and get through your seals, your plugins, your wires, your beliefs. And it would be a lot of beliefs, remembering that there is no time and space. So it was really bizarre. In the beginning process, I could see a man floating next to me in the bed. A man, very tall, huge and tall, with long hair, and I really thought it was my universal masculine. Can't miss him. He looked Caucasian, but he had feline features all over him. Looked a little bit different too, so obviously he's more of a humanoid. So I realized, oh wait, there's something a little bit different about you. When I actually was looking, I was thinking, oh, it's my higher self floating next to me. It's not. It's my galactic husband in our ship. So eventually I realized that, because eventually the man could talk after that, and I was floating next to him in a pastel bubble in 2019. You couldn't miss him. I mean, he was floating next to me the whole time. Different types of features, if I'm going to say, more feline, humanoid, longer neck, different features. It really didn't scare me too much. And I could see all of the beauty of his hybrids, his hybrid races, and everything that he is. And I was like, oh, this is beautiful. Something that happened through time and space is a huge adjustment, and a timeline adjustment from another adjustment. So you would have to understand, those of you that know about time cycles and a little bit about time traveling, what happened is that we resetted here a few times. So as we resetted, a lot of people will realize we've been doing this a few times over and over again. If you've noticed, kind of like replaying the same timeline over and over again. Some people think maybe it's like 1,000 times we resetted in the same time and same adjustments. So I don't know. A lot of people say we've already done this, like it's already done. Pretty much like, you've already done this before type deal. Everyone says this. Okay, well, it's definitely true, because there's a few resets in time. So what happened was that he just made sure that he was always floating with me. He's made sure that no matter where we went in a reset, and it is a reset, it doesn't matter any time and space, or even if he has a vessel here or not, it really doesn't matter. This is his full 15-dimensional being and more some. So you would have to understand that during the resets, he just made sure that there was a point in time where he could get right back in into my egg, I guess, like into that egg system. The egg is a sacred marriage. It's universal male and female. You can develop it within yourself, and you can do that. So there is a few levels of the eggs that you have to move through, and I do call the egg levels as different parts of the light body that is constructed with the holy union, the hieros within yourself. And then there's the actual couples. So his is the universal couples is what he just made sure that we could reset and readjust no matter where we were in any time and space. That when I awoken enough and I could actually hear, see, and feel, when I aligned to the super quantum computer system, full Merkaba system, full Christic system, what he did in the sense was just make sure that he was right there when I was able to see everything again. And that was it. And it was just like, hi, okay, do you remember me? Yes. Okay, so let's start finishing what we're supposed to do here, as far as adjustments go. So the bed, and I call it the bed, it's the cosmic egg bed. It's absolutely beautiful, and there's a few phases of it, so we've been developing it. And I think about 6 months ago, the last development, you can call it the Cathars if you want, but it's pastel and it's musical. So when we connect our heart centers together, and it's vibrational, you can hear music. It's like playing music. It's magical and beautiful. You can do this with any sacred union on this planet. It doesn't have to be developed through the way that we did it. Okay, we did this as chosen. Okay, so this is chosen through all time and space, that we made sure that this was done through all time and spaces, and that's what we did. So there's something that we did as far as adjustments and resets. Now you guys can do it with your partner, yourself, or you could do it with multiples. It doesn't have to be just with another partner. Ours is genetic angelic mate. So it's a little bit different, that we just did it to make sure that we would always keep that genetic DNA pure. There you go. Pure and fully intact, if that makes sense. So developing the egg and the plasma egg. So that was my beginning process of actually seeing my galactic husband, and he's a chief and commander. You can call it a chief and commander, an ambassador. He comes from a very high galactic order. And that when I actually was able to tune into him floating next to me, eventually I could just see him. And he vibrates in a higher dimension. So there are multiple dimensions, then it's pretty much the 12 to the 15 dimension. So it is the norm for us. He pretty much works on missions and goes in and off planet, if you want to say, and it is just in and off planet. So this is our ship, and our ship is made together. So the universal male and female couples, and hopefully this will be able to inspire Starseeds and Indigos that are in a relationship, a sacred union, or an actual marriage. There's no difference from what we are, and you can still do this here. Trust me. There's already ones that have already done it, and it's already there in the templates and in the blueprints. Starseeds and Indigos have contracts, and you call it the Heroes Gamas contracts, and that's fine. Universal male and female contracts, and that's okay. Whatever you guys want to call it, twin flame, soul union, soulmate. It's all the same. It's just labels going into the frequencies of it. So I actually I had a beautiful awakening process where I actually was able to see everything. So he constructed and showed me the diamond Merkaba and how everything works. It's a beautiful Christic system. I believe it's the Veka body in some of the work in the Katharas and freedom teachings. So I was able to actually see the vehicle systems and how everything works. So he would just show me, this is this is what I look like. Look, I can become really small. I can get big. I can become small. I can become big. So pretty much showing me the magic and all of the magic, and lots of playing playing with me as far as keeping me in a high frequency, getting me through all of the levels. So there are different levels that you have to work through, lots of distortions that will have to be cleared from Atlantis, lots of contracts and softwares that have to come up. So just letting you know, the light body had to be developed really fast in order for me to even see the floating man next to me, who's my galactic husband. He's my Andromedan husband. So that was actually really fun, a beautiful experience. It has been a year and a half since I've had the full embodiment with him, and it's absolutely beautiful. So what we do is we share about Christ consciousness and Christus consciousness, connecting into those field systems and those structures. There's lots of distortions, and to be honest with you, it's a lot of the distortions between artificial intelligence, NA intelligence, and then also clearing everything in the physical body, the softwares from the distortions of the fall in Atlantis. Different types of reptilian distortions. Now, I will tell you this, is that we actually know the history of the planet. So we actually want to rehabilitize the reptilian races and to purity. So just letting you know, we look at it in a unity, in a unified space, that if we see something, how can we purify it? What can we do to restore it, and from a place of purity? So I was able to awaken enough of my multidimensionals to bring in a new field of galactics and a new field of galactic councils between my husband and me, where we came in and as observers, especially in the past year, really looking at every single thing in the system. How is everything monitored here? Because there is galactic monitoring. There's a lot that we wanted to sit and to observe, and then we send it up to the highest councils that we possibly can communicate and talk to. So we spent a lot of time up in galactic council meetings, if you want to say, communicating as far as our observations, my observations of my whole incarnation here, from the time coming in here, and then pretty much the multidimensional experience, also the multidimensional experience, the ascension experience, experiment, and the experiment. So we actually have been sitting up there trying to see new ways and what could be brought in. What technologies do we have in light technologies that can be brought in order to rehabilitize the planet faster? The consciousness, the human consciousness, if that makes sense. So as soon as we switched on all of these lights, if you want to say, and you call it lights within inside of me, because obviously he's already there, he was just waiting for me to awaken to see him. Everything has accelerated fast. The beauty of what we want to assist others is that not only the fifth dimensional unity relationship with the all, but also with the sacred unions and the couples, and our abilities, our quantum abilities, starseed abilities, very high abilities, biolocation, teleportation, moving and merging our consciousness together. And we can literally merge our consciousness together, etherically biolocate, and we can sit there and just play and connect our heart centers, and we're never separated. We're pretty much never separated. It doesn't matter, obviously, for what time and space, and what time and space that I'm in or he's in, there's no separation ever. So we could be from here across the country or here across the planet, and we can communicate. Now, there's also ones of us that are awakened, and you can say awaken, and that's fine. In 12th dimensional frequencies and 5th dimensional frequency bandwidth, which means that's the dimension that they fluctuate at. So the ones that are at a 12th dimensional bandwidth and a 15th dimensional bandwidth, most of the time you guys are just communicating with the star families, who are us, the indigos, the star seeds, the crystal children, rainbow children. A lot of you guys think that you guys are just communicating up in a higher realm. And that's true for right now. Well, it does actually integrate and embody into the physical eventually. So when we talk about bandwidth, we're talking about the dimension that you exist in right now. And we'll go into that in just a minute. But there is dimensions of the earth and higher dimensions of the earth. So there are ones of us, way showers, gatekeepers, and grid keepers that are in a higher dimensional frequency bandwidth, seventh dimensional frequency bandwidth. Right now we're working on the seventh dimensional frequency bandwidth in the physical, and then also in the ninth dimensional frequency bandwidth, eighth dimensional frequency bandwidth. We can all have communication with each other, full communication in our super quantum computer systems here on this planet, and we can be across the country in the United States, or we could be across the country in another country, South Africa, and we can telepathically communicate to each other. We can already telepathically communicate to each other, and that's the human species. They all can telepathically communicate. We're just programmed that we can't, that it's impossible, that it's non-believable or pseudoscience or whatever it is that you want to name it. But there's ones of us that have been working on these systems for years, 10, 20 years, 30 years, and we've set templates in and huge blueprints in where we know that if I have someone come to me, a starseed in Africa, and say, no, I'm fully awake, I actually can hear you, we can have a conversation. It is in purity, in the purest frequency. I pretty much know, okay, yeah, I believe it. I don't sit there and doubt myself. I know exactly who I'm talking to. We are able to do this. You won't be able to pass through a frequency bandwidth, though. With the galactic councils, that it has to be pure conversations and pure conversations only. There are some rules with the galactic councils and universal laws and etc. that you will have to kind of move through those motions with other councils, but we can communicate with each other. So we all know that we can, and we're here to help and assist you guys. So the human species, as the human evolution of the consciousness, is moving into the fifth dimensional frequency bandwidth, seventh dimensional frequency bandwidth, conscious level consciousness of the human species. So we want you guys to understand that this is where we're moving into and moving back to. Okay, so I will say, moving back, that there was one point where we all coexisted like this in unity and unity consciousness, and it was beautiful, quantum, plasma fields, magical, pastels. There was one point that the Gaia system had a universal male and female system, had a Heroes Gammas relationship, was in full balance, and they played their music all the time. So they were able to play their twin flame music, if you want to call it the twin flame music, or their soul union music, and we used to be able to hear it in the earth. And there's a higher dimension where they are. So you have to understand there is a point where the unity of the system was in full unity grid system, and you'd be able to hear the magic of her and her beloved. Yeah. That's the way that, because you have to understand that this is it's a starship, a galactic ship. It's also, it is a galactic ship, the Earth ship. I do say galactic because the Earth ship is an actual system. It's a super quantum computer system that is taking its next steps forward to a huge transition, wants to return back to full purity God consciousness in its own way. Okay, which is the frequencies of the planet is raising. So why is this important? Well, I will tell you that Gaia has a lot to do with the reason why the soulmates are awakening, the starseeds, everyone's awakening on the planet. It's also why you guys are going into higher states of consciousness too. Why is your pineal glands opening and activating? It has a lot to do with her too as well. She's the one that's giving us permission for that sweet nectar of your pineal gland again. So I just want you to know that she's the one helping and assisting everything that is going on in the system, and it does have a lot to do with sacred unions, and to be able to have that connection, that heart space connection in a fifth dimensional frequency with the sacred partner. The relationship. So as you can tell, there's tons of distortions and softwares that we have to move through as far as to rebuild the heart-to-heart connection, the euphoric state of connection. Everything has to be purified and into a purity state. And you will have to realize that when my galactic husband came in, he pretty much vibrated enough in my field that I was burning up. So obviously burning up because he was in my field, his system is on a higher system. So it's obviously it's a very higher system if he's from a future system. So I was pretty much burning and frying, and I'm watching light codes just falling all over me. And I was like, oh, I'm going to die. But I was like in a euphoric state, going through ego death after ego death. Him just being able to sit into my field. And the exchange enough, if you want to say, and he would know when to pull back and come back in, pull back, come back in, and to be able to vibrate the field and just purify me. So pretty much just purified me and put me through a huge purification process. And then after a while, at this point, we're just removing as much softwares as we possibly can. The softwares are going to be the emotional body, the third dimensional softwares, fourth dimensional software, frequency bandwidths. So everything will be a mess with inside of you because everything splits. Sitting into this field is either I'm going to pass out, fall asleep. I could probably end up having a few ego deaths all in about an hour. So it's like you're sitting here going like this. So those couples that actually experience this, you want to understand it's a light field. So one of you guys vibrate higher than the other, possibly, or you vibrate at the same frequency bandwidth. So pretty much going to sleep, being passed out, trying to get up and feeling like a ton of bricks, and then getting up and going through tons of ego deaths. Eventually I could sit in his field, and now I obviously can sit in the field long enough. But it's even funner that it depends when we actually decide to vibrate higher. So I'd rather just keep purifying everything out of the physical body. So I just tell him, just come in and just keep moving through all my inner child softwares. So you have to move through these softwares, so all the inner child softwares, all aspects of self, lower selves, everything. And then there's previous lifetimes. I don't have that many, to be honest with you. So we do know where I come from. On the other side, I also am from the future too as well. So moving into that, that's more collective aspects, collective past life origins, Atlantis distortions. Yeah, goes on. That's him. Yeah, he's like, it's because I'm a crystal child. So I am an indigo type 1, but I'm more of a crystal child frequencies. Crystal children, it's their first experiences here. And yeah, they're just really old. Crystal children are extremely old. Rainbow, I have more diamond rainbow frequencies if you sat into my field, but that changes too as we activate and light more, and I'll get into that in a minute. So sitting into our field, if you guys want to play and have fun, is recognizing you want to be able to recognize what's going on in your relationship first. Okay, you want to see how many times are you guys expanding in light. Can you guys recognize when you're expanding in light? Are you guys able to see? You can play the telepathy and learn those games, and that's really easy. Okay, the softwares, removals, the inner child, the all parts of you, the shadow is just a phantom matrix parasite, and we just want you to know that. So that right there can be purified and cleansed with the Aurora councils. There's different types of councils, Lyra, Arcturians. There's all beautiful support councils that will come in and help you with the phantom matrices. Atlantis distortions, different types of reptilian, Draco DNA, Anunnaki systems, and we just call them system blueprints, NA intelligence, artificial intelligence. There's lots of higher versions of you, your higher self, your avatar selves, parts of you, avatars, universals can help you move through those systems of levels, of structures, of blueprints that have to be purified and go through a purification process. So if you can recognize what's actually going, is that you'll go through a huge subconscious split, and everything will split in the subconscious. So all aspects of you are going to go into millions. So you have to understand you're going to be split back into millions and put back together. Split into millions, put back together. When you're in a sacred union, and this is for all twin flames and soulmates, okay? I'm going to say twin flames because we're going to get into twin flames in just a minute, because a lot of people think they're twin flames and you're in a karmic relationship. So we're going to get into that too. Those are karmic twin flames. We're going to explain to you what a fifth dimensional twin flame relationship is: purity and Christ consciousness. Okay, purity. Purification, sacred unions. Now, we're all in sacred unions here on this planet, but you have to get into the fifth dimension to even understand that. You're so fluctuating and vibrating at a lower frequency. You wouldn't understand anything because you have tons of softwares and belief systems and paradigms to remove, okay? And your programmer and your ego is going to tell you so much and play into a huge drama and a huge scene the whole time. Okay, and that's okay because that has to play out in order for you to get them out. So that's why it's all perfect in the way that it is. And you have to understand that everything is perfect. So you'll be sitting there like this, and then one day, boom, your heart will open even bigger, and a true opening, a true boom, it's open, and your world will probably have to be rocked, shaked, okay, an earthquake has to happen, and beyond what you could even imagine will have to happen for that heart to open to that frequency. Once it opens to that frequency, it goes into a blissful state of consciousness. Every person that you walk by, you will know you are in unity with that source consciousness embodiment, God consciousness embodiment. You won't have the veil anymore of separation judgment anymore. It's gone. It's unity. That's it. You pretty much should know you have completed the ascension at that point, that you're in unity. That will actually happen to you. You'll be crying all the time. You're going to want to talk to people. You're going to want to tell people you love them. You'll realize everyone is an actual sacred union. Every person that you're with is a sacred union. So that takes a lot. That takes a huge seal removal. Okay, and all your belief systems, and we're talking about a huge purification process. So the veils are thick here. The veils are extremely thick, deep, thick veils of amnesia. So once you move through that, that's it. And then you most likely, if you're not with your sacred union, you most likely will find your sacred union partner right after that. I will tell you that, because if you went through all that, eventually you'll find all your sacred unions, boom, right in front of you. Okay, so you'll be able to recognize, you'll be able to see that, and then you most likely will wind up in a fifth dimensional relationship after that. That will be your highest gift, because then you'll be ready for the next development. That usually happens. Or you're okay, you don't have to, you can just have fun with all the sacred unions that you see. Those are what you'll experience and happen in this now. Those of you that are in the relationships, the reason why it's important, that what are karmic twin flames, and a lot of people do ask this, what would karmic twin flames? Anything less than your power. So you said, I'm going to say that in a sense is that you want to see, hear, and feel everything. If you feel victimization programmings in your relationship all the time, if you're having battles and arguing, you're in a karmic relationship. Okay, that's karmic. That's not a sacred union. That's not fifth dimensional relationship. Pretty much, you will have to go through those softwares, clear through those timelines, and then most likely you'll separate, and then you'll have to do more purification process, and then eventually you'll line to a fifth dimensional relationship. So I do believe in that. I think a lot of people out there are kind of misunderstanding a little bit about twin flame relationships. You can call them twin flames. They're sacred unions. Those are actual Starseed and Indigo contracts coming in here, and there's only a few that are here. They're called the original creators, and there are world creators that came in here. It's really rare. There's only a few sets of them. Some of them are out already as way showers, developed and fully developed right now, setting in huge blueprints. Heart-to-heart connections. Some of them found each other before, and this does happen. Some of them actually have found each other before clearing through all of their softwares, belief systems, third dimensional vibrational frequency bandwidths, and fourth dimensional frequency bandwidths. They came together, connected, and then they were able to develop during the ascension process, and that would be developing the sacred union, the divine union, the Hieroskamish relationship. So there are ones that actually are developing it. There will be more, of course, because we are moving into a higher frequency bandwidth and back to sacred unity and unity consciousness. So a lot of people will always ask these questions. So going back into to assist couples right now is when you vibrate higher, you want to honor that space. You want to have respect and purity and pure love for them. The fun part is when you actually can become fully conscious and into euphoric states, and boom, you're in the euphoric states, you're in the higher heavens with each other, you're seeing lights and pastels and colors, and everything is just beautiful and magic with each other. And you know, all the vortexes are opening, because that will happen with starseeds, indigos, and crystal children. Crystal children are all about love and love, 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 and they live in this little love world, and those coming together are just like, oh, they're on love. And that's like, those are, if you could feel their frequencies when they actually find their sacred union. And I think we've met one so far, beautiful couple. I don't know where they are. I think they might be in Canada, but they actually, you could tell they have that frequency. They might drop here and there, but they definitely have this little love. Well, Christian children have like, we're in love, you know, all this pure frequency. You can just tell that they're just there already, and that's them. That's what they came in here. They came in to set those templates. Okay, so if you guys are the crystal children that found each other, or even the rainbow children, some rainbow children are 16, 20 years, some of them are 20 years old, probably about 25 years old, that are setting in huge templates. They reach higher states of consciousness. They're very purely awakened. And they're rainbows, you know, finding each other and setting in those templates and generational blueprints in all euphoric states. And rainbow children are all love too. So it's like, you know, it's out there because they're helping you guys. They're helping the older ones and reestablishing a huge blueprint. So I can explain it that, but you would have to be able to tune into their orchestra, their light, and their music. If you were to stand in their field, your heart would open. You would go into euphoric states of consciousness. You would want to be happy. And you know how some people walk past them going, why, that's insane, like, how are you guys in the state of consciousness unless you guys are on drugs? And they're not on drugs. They are just in higher states of consciousness than you are. They're in the 5D, 7D, and 12D frequencies already. So they're setting in huge templates for the all. Now some of us, like me and some other ones, we have lots to clear. And lots of belief systems, lots of programming that I allowed myself to be programmed with. Certain types of television. I think, you know, stuff on TV like that I've watched for a long time that I realize is just a belief system that I programmed myself with. Movies, all kinds of movies, programming. So even like childhood movies, which are not those are not that bad, but lots of programming and belief systems. So fairy tale, yes. Is there fairy tale relationships? Yes, I'm in one. And it's purity, it's beautiful, it's magical, it's blissful. We live in a very higher state. We live in the higher realms. We live in the God realms, literally. We have gods around us all the time. And that is the Heroes Gamma's pure relationship. Is we have galactics, we have Arcturians, we have the heaven on earth realms, we have angels around us, literally. I mean, I can see all types of gods walking in. They're in a solar frequency, so when you tune into them, gods are pure gold, and they're pure gold frequencies. You can't miss them when you actually stand in front of them. So this is the God realms access, and this is where we live, and it's in purity and in blissful states of consciousness. So I had a lot to clear in my system. So I give some advice, is that you want to recognize where you're at and to have fun, and to recognize that you're clearing massive softwares in each other's fields and in each other's spaces. So you'll want to know when do you have to step out of each other's fields and to separate. Fifth dimensional relationships is pure relationships, but fun. So you want to change stuff around the house big time. Environment is huge, and we'll go into that because we're going to go into the ascension body a little bit, but we want to be able to open up a door to assist couples going to Christ consciousness, couples going into the Hieroskamas relationship, the sacred union, the fifth dimensional relationships. And why is it important to recognize when you're clearing softwares, so you're not sitting there waking up and, you know, there's you're vibrating higher. One of you guys are in a higher vibrational frequency. I'll go into that too. Higher vibrational frequency, and one of you guys is grumpy, and, or, you know, you start arguing and yelling and going, whoa, what is that, right? The softwares have to come up, and they have to come up and be spoken. So if you could recognize that too, that they actually have to come up. For the longest time, you would wonder, why does this keep happening? Well, if you realize you have to speak all the softwares out of the emotional body, it's the actual emotional body. It's the emotional body that you're purifying. The softwares are in the emotional body. So your higher selves will sit there and trigger you guys through these really funny games that are not funny to you and not funny to the human selves. So you'll be sitting there going, this is it, we're divorcing, or I'm leaving you, or this is, you know, I can't do this anymore. And then you guys are fine. Okay, so you have to understand those are all softwares that have to come up, and that you're keep going into this game, and you're sitting there yelling at your higher selves, but then going, what in the world, you know, like asking all these questions, or why, what, where, and how. Well, eventually your higher selves will say, well, this is how we're clearing you. So high contract, ha ha ha. Not funny, right? So eventually the lower self is like, this is not funny. So if I was going to help couples start acting it out and playing it out, because that's what we do. So just because my husband's from another time and space doesn't mean that we can't have fun. So he teaches me how to speak everything out, to cry, and to go into these really funny, crazy places of, like, you know, acting out all of these scenes of drama in order to get the frequencies out. And I have to speak it out, because you have to turn on the networks from the root chakra to the throat chakra. So you have to be able to speak everything out. So we have fun and play games, and we just like act it out, and just be like, I'm leaving you, and all this stuff. It's like, I can't do this anymore, you know, kind of getting all of these softwares out. So we'll sit and giggle, laugh, and have fun. And then sometimes I forget that what's happening is we'll sit and meditate and vibrate in my field. So as it vibrates, I'm clearing all my vortexes and clearing my density out. So then I'm going in ego deaths, or you can call it the ego death spiral, or my inner child. All my inner child softwares will come up, all my prisons. So he helped me through all my prisons. He taught me how to teach everyone to move through prisons, to move through internal prisons. And he'll vibrate enough where he'll show me every prison, every contract. He'll keep moving it and moving it and moving it out and shifting it out. And he moves it through all time and space. So when he's in my field, he's able to look through all time and space. He can literally move in a 360 degree in all time and space, all time and space. So he can look at everything and everyone and all timelines through all time and space. So it's beautiful, because I'm able to learn a lot just from this, you know, my partner, my sacred union, sitting in my field and teaching me everything at the same time, where I was like, oh my God, he's like, you can do this too. He's like, you have this ability. He's like, I'm going to teach you how to work through all timelines and to clear this. When you work through all timelines and all time and space, you're working through all timelines, all adjustments, all resets, all past life, previous lives. If you've been here for thousands of years, or if you're a trapped soul of Terra, imagine what you have to work through. Okay, there's so many contracts, or contracts that are not your contracts, or unnecessary contracts, that you have to sit here and work through. Power, divine power, taking your power back fully. Survival, lack energy, victimization programming. How long have you sat in these programs? How long do you just let this happen? And that's something that was continuously shown to me. So let's just say quantum jumping me through 50 years, quantum jump me through 1,000,000 years then, and show me through 1,000,000 years. Keep quantum jumping me. So he would quantum jump me for a year, and then eventually said, release all these contracts, you know, because if you don't realize what's happening here is that this is your anchors, and all your anchors from going into a blissful state and to returning home. Home is where your heart is. So home is the galactic family. Home is full service. Home is God consciousness. Home is source consciousness. So this is what we would sit into our field. We connect our heart center, we just vibrate, and I'm sure you've had these expansions. But that would be crystal children, lots of crystal children, lots of starseeds, some starseeds and indigos. The older indigos have never been able to experience an euphoric state. They've never been able to experience higher states of consciousness. And if they have, maybe only for a little bit or 24 hours, they experimented with maybe ayahuasca or psychedelics, in the 60s or 70s. So I'm sure they were able to access these templates too, but most indigos and the older indigos have never been able to access these frequencies yet. So how would you even know? You're playing this game out and you're just sitting there playing with your partner the whole time, and it's all just to clear you for ascension. If someone could just tell you you're just clearing for ascension, you could have fun and you could repair your love. You can rewrite contracts. Sometimes you have to let contracts go. And you have to understand this too, that if you're in a karmic relationship and it's both of you are not on board, you want to return everything over to their universal soul and just say, okay, well, I guess there's something really being shown to me. So as you sit there and you move further, if you guys are in it together, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful experience. So expanding, you want to sit into each other's fields and connect your heart centers together and vibrate with each other and have fun and play a game with each other. Learn how to not take things personally either. So as all these softwares are going to come up, and just be completely open and sit there and have fun and vibrate with each other and sit there and laugh and giggle and make sure that you and your partner are always in a really blissful state of consciousness and that harmonious blissful state, and that will actually help and assist you. So there's so many ways you can learn how to vibrate your field higher. As you guys come together and vibrate higher, you can hit the high states of consciousness, but you're going to have to purge. You'll have to purge if you have density in the body. So you can activate the light and to mingle each other's DNA, and you can go into these high conscious states. And you don't have to do this with Tantra. So just letting you know, a lot of people would ask that, do you do it with Tantra? You really don't have to. You can just lay next to each other and you can just set the intention to vibrate and you can do it with Tantra, and that's fine, but you want to try a new way and just vibrate with each other to open the heart fields. But you have to remember, you're going to have to detox and clear your vortexes in the cells and vortexes in the blood. Okay, so it's actual vortexes. The pores are vortexes. There's huge vortexes and volcanoes in your body that you don't know about yet until you go through the ascension process and the light body process and the development of light bodies. There's atomic body. There's the plasma system. There's the light body and the crystal body. So you have to, the diamond body structures, that takes a long time too. The plasma structures is like 10 to 20 years working on those templates. And you have to purify everything out. Purification is softwares and the emotional body. So when you start to purify it and to be able to cleanse and clear it, everything has to open. All your vortexes open. So when you're going atomic, in a sense, and you can call it going atomic, I would call it that, having like cosmic flares, big time, and sun flares in your body, you better be ready to have some really funny scenes with your partner. You better be ready to have funny scenes with your whole family if you have children. In the midst of it, you better be ready for some serious showdowns. And that's how you know, especially if you have fun with a couple, you'll just know, okay, we're going through solar flares. We're going through these major flares right now. And as we go through these huge flares and these major flares, we better start running and grabbing the children and start figuring out how to clear everything really fast. And you want to make sure that you clear them. And it's not like that, but energetic wise, and just know, everyone's about to go atomic. So it's like, when it goes atomic, everyone could be having some really funny scenes. I would call it the scenes. You know, they have to clear their softwares. If you have children and you're in a union, you have to be ready for collapses. You have to be ready for everything in the family, and to realize everything within inside of you is actually in your ship, your Merkaba system. So that's another thing, is that you would have to catch on to all of that and not take things personally. If you know you're clearing density in your body, and if you guys are all just awakening, then you should know that you have density to clear, and that you have to purify. The whole family has to purify too. The children go through a purification process too as well, and they do by having their releases too as well. So they're just releasing when they freak out or have their moments, or you know, and you're like, oh my gosh, they're actually cleansing and clearing themselves, and that's their way of opening up, activating and expanding outwards, keeping the child's throat chakra in expansion, speaking their true and authentic voice. And that was the other thing, that my partner connected with me and was able to assist me with. Okay, the biggest thing was speaking. So I was telepathic and always telepathic, and I just sit inside and I'm just all in here, and in vortexes. I'm telepath. I really am telepathic. More telepathy, more telepathic than anything else, and it's just because I'm a starseed. I'm an indigo, so the beings that come and communicate with me, they don't speak like we do. They don't speak. Some of them might, and those are humanoids from other time and spaces, but they don't. Nothing will move when they talk to you. Okay, so I was already there, and that's all he showed me was, he says, you're really telepathic for a human, so I'm just showing you the reason why you stay in here and you telepathically communicate out there all the time. So he was showing me that it's just because you're a star being. You pretty much have been a star being for years, like 20, pretty much 20 years. And he was showing me that, but he wanted me to be able to speak everything that is stuffed in. So he was teaching me how to speak and kind of bringing everything out so I could speak in a place of purity, to be able to open up all the vortexes and the vortex here to the higher heaven, just to be able to speak again. Because majority of the humans don't speak, and it has a lot to do with the control matrix. So you have to burst through those matrices, and when you burst through the matrices, you'll be able to speak again. So that's atomic too. So when you go into the atomic and the solar flares inside of you, and you're in a relationship and you have those outbursts or those really funny outbursts with each other, that's you going atomic for you to speak again. All the things you wanted to say and you never wanted to say. I think that's a song, but anyways, it's true. That's you actually starting to speak yourself. All the things you wanted to say, you won't say it. You wouldn't say it because it's a control matrix. So from the time you get in here, you're just taught to be controlled, in a sense. So you would have to understand, no one on this planet would speak their true and authentic voice. So you have to move through those matrices and bust through those matrices. And one day you might not understand what I'm saying right now. What do you mean it's a control matrix? You will when you go and clear your childhood. And once you go through those matrices coming in here, you'll realize that you wouldn't ever speak your true and authentic voice. We don't ever speak anything. So couples are a great way of expansion. Great way of expansion activation, because eventually one day they will rattle you and shake you enough for you to speak your true and authentic voice. That's a high contract. Eventually you will want to speak everything, all the words I never wanted to say, and then you actually will speak the words one day. So they're actually really good, and able to be able to vibrate you high enough for you guys to actually speak to each other. So you want to make sure everything is in purity and to speak with love and purity to each other. One day you'll develop those skills, and to be able to speak in purity coming from a heart space, clearing timelines, clearing contracts. To be honest with you, not allowing anything in your field if it's in an impurity. So if you're in a relationship and you're ready for the fifth dimensional relationship, or if you're already in the fifth dimensional relationship, you want to keep that place pure, especially if you have children, and to see what do you allow in your conscious field. Okay, those are mastery, alchemist, multidimensional mastery developments. Okay, quantum consciousness development is you want to keep it pure and as pure as possible, and for all contracts. And you will have to reset the grids every single day and say nothing that is impure gets into the energy field. No contracts are allowed into the energy field if they are not in the highest and purest frequency. Okay, and that's why we always say, yes, those of you that have taken a certain path, is we do not play into the games of the matrix at all. And we keep stating that. That's us and our sovereignty. Our pure sovereignty is saying we do not play into the dramas and the games of the matrix system whatsoever. So when you state that and your sovereignty and your power every single day and say, I do not allow anything impure into my field, no contracts, nothing will come in eventually, because your avatars eventually will say, oh yeah, beautiful, you're taking your power back. So they say those are a few developments that you want to look at. And especially if you have a family and you have a large family, some of you guys might just have 1 or 2 kids, and you want to make sure that everything is the purest and the highest frequency too, as far as couples go. So there's lots of development skills with my awakening, with my galactic husband, and purity, beautiful states of consciousness, vibration, beyond which you can even imagine. Christ consciousness, the universal male and female, the heroes gammas, which is the universal couples, and we are the universal couples. It's purity. It's beyond what you could even imagine. And we vibrate. So we just sit and vibrate with each other, and it's absolutely beautiful. So if we're going to give it was like to visualize, we play games, and it's funny, like Coneheads. Like sitting there, like the movie Coneheads. We just say vibrate with each other, minus all the distortions. But it is like that. We're the Syrians. Who said, the Syrians, anyways, it's just funny. Is it if you actually tune into it, but it's through the heart center. It's not through the cones. And then the other thing is we wanted to talk to you about is that the higher selves coming into your field. So my galactic husband came into my field. I have higher selves that came into my field too. It was just a stage that I developed really fast. The stage that I developed as fast as possible. And I did it for the all on major different systems, plasma systems, so I could be a conscious teacher, a quantum conscious teacher, but more of a super quantum computer system teacher. So I have multiple travelers and time travelers that I came in here with. I speak to their higher versions of them. Is it, and those are the ones that I see the most. So they're on huge systems and higher systems, systems that are diamond systems, and more. Some of them are not all diamond systems, but I would just call them the new systems coming in here. So they develop everything with me. They're in this space in this now. They're here for everything that I am doing, and they were able to teach me so much too in the process, communicating with them too. So they're also the family, the galactic family. Besides, my husband is a traveler, and he's a galactic traveler that comes here in and out from the 4000s. The only reason why you guys can't see them yet is because you don't vibrate high enough yet. When you do, you will be able to see, and then you'll see people in other dimensions. You will actually be able to see them teleport in again, etherically biolocate, teleportation, translocation. So when they come in, they just translocate, and I can just see them just walk right in, vibrate in, and it'll be for a few seconds. And as the frequencies of the planet start to raise more, which it will be, 2038 is like huge year. So just that's like a good 10 to 15 year stretch is what we have. It will be restored again, and those platforms will be restored where it would be normal for the teleportation in the etheric bilocation systems, and you most likely will just wake up and everything's just there again, you know, kind of just like the adjustment is complete. So that's the reason why we came in to assist in the adjustments. So they're the ones that come into the space. All of my teachings, the Stargate Multidimensional Mastery School, the Super Quantum Computer System workshops that we do, and then also in the future that we're here for the evolution of the angelic humans. So someone has to teach everyone how to navigate how to navigate their ships, how to be able to multidimensional travel again, Stargate travel, quantum travel, navigate through dimensions, quantum jumping through dimensions, remembering how to be here and to be able to teleport or translocate into another galactic center, Guardian Alliance base, or different bases on this planet. I do call it the Guardian Alliance. This is fine, okay. I said I was is Guardians, but there's many different names for these base centers. So I do speak about this. They're the ones that are here in the systems and in this now. The only thing is that they had to sit in my field long enough, and there's a few of them. There's 5 of them that will stand around me. They had to sit into my field enough to upgrade me so I could see them. So I was able to open up enough to see them, and then also my husband, who is from the 4000s. And then I was able to see them, and it was fine. You know, it was like, oh yeah, it's normal for me, and it wouldn't be normal for anyone else. So those are the ones coming in into this now. And some of them, it kind of makes me laugh because some of them look like Neos. Like their little outfits is actually quite funny, but it's like lavender frequencies. So I thought that was even more hilarious. And they're all Starseed hybrids races, and it's actually quite beautiful to be able to remember again. So I just wanted you just to know that at this point, there's a lot of them that are trying to assist and to assist others. Yeah, it kind of connects you to the field. Eventually, you'll be able to awaken. Some of you guys just will activate right on, and it's like boom, but like, oh my god, I know I am a time traveler. Okay, wait a minute, I'm a traveler, and you'll be able to tune into these frequencies. I have the funnest with them, and I'm going to teach you guys a little bit of something, and I'll let everyone share very soon. So going into this, so I have fun with some of the travelers here. From the future. So conscious traps. We're going to go into conscious traps and booby traps. This is something, a game that you can play always with your kids too, but you want to have fun. How do you remove traps, conscious traps, mind mazes in your brain? And they are mazes. So there's mind mazes structures in your morphogenetic field, your etheric bodies, some are implanted. They're traps in your consciousness, your prisons, your inner prisons, boxes, all the boxes that you live in, different boxes that you have that you put yourself into. Limited belief systems, traps in the consciousness, booby traps, and you can also do booby trap contracts, booby trap group contracts too, because I've seen a few of those, and those are nasty ones to work with. Wires, you can do this with wires too, so they're called conscious traps, and things that keep you trapped in your consciousness, what keeps you imprisoned, lots of mirror reflection. You want to bust through your mirrors, so you could just go take some mirrors and go bust some mirrors on the ground. That actually is bringing it into the physical. If you actually want to move through the matrix as fast as possible, you want to most likely bust some mirrors. Eventually you'll realize there are mirrors there. If you look enough, you can bust through them. Anyways, one day you'll realize those mirrors are there. You can bust through those too, so I mean, it's okay. I wanted to tell you a game. So some of the travelers come in, you have to understand that they're in higher frequencies. So that took me a while to recognize when I was going into the lower self and into my lower aspects, that they actually fluctuate like in a 7-dimensional, 12-dimensional, 15-dimensional frequency. So they're always laughing and having fun. So they taught me some tricks. This is yarn, and this will help you move through your traps. You want to trap your whole house. Okay, so what you would take, you take the yarn and you start trapping your house. Okay, like a master trappist. Okay, so you would take the yarn and you want to actually take the yarn and start trapping your whole house and with lines. Okay, and it's you want to use maybe red yarn or pink yarn, and you want to trap the whole house. And when we say trap, you want to pretty much wire it. So you want to sit there and run it through the whole house, all through the rooms until there's nothing left. Okay. Eventually, once you're done, you want to look at the blueprints and the structures of everything that you made. And they actually taught me how to do this. So eventually you can call in most likely your gatekeeper or a timekeeper or your universal higher self to teach you to actually look, to sit, and to observe, to see your conscious traps. And after, when you're done, you actually want to sit there with them and teach them. All right, so as you're moving through the motions, and this is how a true alchemist and a traveler would sit there and set up shop, and how to bust through somebody's traps, matrices, mazes, and prisons. All right, so for now, I guess I was the guinea pig for the longest time. So they used me to sit there and show me how do I work through somebody's prisons and traps. So you'd have to see the mazes and the blueprints. How would I work through my prisons, my traps? You know, what's inside of me? So you want to trap the whole house up, and it's actually really fun if you want to play with your kids. I just want you to know that. So you trap the whole house up, and this is, you can look at timelines too, but that would be another podcast. Anyways, so you want to wire the whole house up, and you want it to be vibrant. And then as you work through the traps, you also want to cut through them. So eventually you want to go get some scissors, and you want to work with your higher self. You want to set the highest intention to work through all your imprisonments and all your conscious traps and your booby traps. And as you sit there, you should be able to kind of move and to maneuver with your higher self. Your higher self should be able to show you each conscious trap, your survival traps, your lack traps, okay? What your lack traps, your imprisonment traps, your fear traps, all of your fear traps, all your contracts. So as you're following the lines, now the next thing is, if you make it big enough with the traps, you can actually sit there and learn how to maneuver around the traps, and you actually want to sit there and act it out with your higher self and start maneuvering around the traps, going underneath the strings, moving the strings around, and then actually cutting them and breaking through them. And those actually will help you. It will actually bring it into the physical, how to move through your conscious traps. So we play this game a lot, a few times, and as you do it, you want to realize that you can break through your prisons, and then eventually you'll be able to have more, you'll be able to reflect more, to be able to open up, to look at all your belief systems, and to move through your imprisonments. So hopefully this will be able to help you. It's actually a fun game. I said, yeah, kind of moving into that. That's how they teach me how to work through prisons, mind mazes, traps, and not only that, also there's other techniques for others and people that I work on. Their prisons, their traps, and their booby traps. Booby trap contracts, group booby trap contracts, and I will be putting a list of a book up by one of my good friends, Allison, and she has a huge book to get you through all your conch traps, your booby traps, and traps with groups. So you don't have to sit here and keep like going through timelines with the same karmic contracts or group contracts or booby trap contracts you can't get out of. You have to sit there and keep going through all of these traps, realities, timelines, different timelines, that are not necessary. And you'll be able to do that too. That was a magical book. I think I accelerated really fast after that one, so I'll be listing that too as well. Connecting into the Ascension body. Now we're going to go into Ascension light body talk. I'm going to let you guys share, and then I will come in and share as far as the light body accelerations. Like I said, plasma frequencies is liquid light. Liquid, it feels like looking cooling light in the spinal cords, the brain areas, and then throughout the whole body. Liquid feelings like you're underwater. That's what we call it, the plasma egg. The light body is also going to be like quantum acceleration, star particles, and your diamond particles activating underneath your body, your skin, your cells, your blood, your bones. That right there could be lots of fire energy. And gamma, gamma body, it feels like your whole body's on fire, and that would be like a fire frequency, and that's the Kundalini flame. And most likely you'll be hearing all of your consciousness in your body communicating to you. So that's going to be fun too as well. To be able to hear all the consciousness of your body, your cells, and everything talking to you. And then eventually everything splits, and it splits into millions, and then it comes back into a whole. And that would be the beginning stages of the light body, the crystal body, cosmic orgasms with the ascension body. Now, cosmic orgasms is going to feel like you have orgasms throughout the body. It's cosmic source upgrades, waves of source, God consciousness frequencies coming in. The cosmic orgasm experience is absolutely beautiful. It's beyond what you could even imagine. It's purity. So what it's doing is moving the waves of the source frequency through your body to purify it. It's the human ego, parts of you, aspects, ego, lower selves. I'm going to say lower selves. The lower selves will come in and most likely could drop into fear. Fear experiences, if you want to say, when you're having these experiences, or you could have a beautiful experience. But lots of parts of you, especially if you move through belief systems, lots of belief systems, having the cosmic orgasm experience. Mine lasted for about 2 weeks. So because of just distortions, and I would have to say reptilian DNA distortions, reptilian distortions is what I'm just going to say, Atlantis distortions, and that is just parts of the mind. We kept going back into my head during the acceleration of the source frequency, source rays coming through my body, expanding, ringing in the ears, ringing throughout the whole body. I also could hear all parts of the body communicating, the networks, the whole network system, the anatomy, the hair, yeah, the communication even with the hair. So it's the hair is like the tentacles on the body. It's actually really bizarre. The blood, the cells, the bones, the parts, and the vortexes. So all the chakras in the body. Your crystals will sing to you. Your crystals in your body will sing to you. The star crystals, the diamond crystals in the body that nobody can see yet, and they are there. So they to me, I can always see crystals and crystallization on the body. So I feel like we're already there, if that makes any sense. I think maybe it's just a seeing process, or I'm just seeing you in a higher dimension. So everyone looks beautiful and crystallization, star particles all over them. But the tuning and the toning during the cosmic orgasm light body expansion, and that's what they call the Kundalini experience, but I'm going to call that the structures of the diamond body, the star body, the star body igniting. So when this happens, your crystals sing to you. The actual crystals and diamonds in your body underneath your skin. What you can't see will start to sing to you. There's a crystal, they call it a crystal lotus diamond chamber. It's a crystal diamond chamber in the heart center. We'll be singing in high harmonics, so you'll be able to hear the tunes and the tones and the orchestras of your diamond center, diamond body. So I just wanted to express that. It's really common to have those experiences and then to be able to see too. So it's beautiful, and you guys are all beautiful if you're able to see more. One day you'll be able to see the beauty of the rainbows coming out of your heart and off your hands, and the light coming off of your feet and your forehead. That's all you're gonna be able to see. It's like lights, and you're blinging like starlight. It said you'll be able to see it. I'm gonna let whoever wants to go first to share. And this is going into the ascension body, or if you want to share about relationships. Guess if focus and see.
Relationships are fun. They're a lot of fun. As soon as you get, we've been in a relationship for a long time, me and my wife, and you know, it hasn't always been easy. Some days I want to strangle her, but it's just because it's like I'm just working through my own stuff, right? There's all these distortions we've got to clear, and see, I didn't know that always, you know, because I wasn't awake the whole time. But as soon as I started realizing that everything that's showing up is just something I need to clear again. Like I need all these things to clear, and all these things that don't really feel good or don't belong, or the scary stuff or any kind of fear, that's a distortion that needs to be cleared. And so, and it's going on in my head too. So you have to really I had to be aware. See, we ended up in Mexico for some reason, and they taught me the warrior's path, and so they taught me a few tools that I started to use down here. And you know, my wife's on a different path. Like it's really kind of different because you have to let your partner do what they're going to do too. So, I mean, 1 minute she's way up here and I'm way down here, and then the next minute she's down here and I'm way up here. And like we're like looking at each other, what's wrong with you today? And it's just because you're going through your separate stuff. But that's the way we can support ourselves, because I mean, there's some days that, I mean, weeks or years that it took, you know, she's not moving, and I'm carrying the load, and or vice versa, right? Like I can't do anything. I just can't function anymore. I'm just going through too much stuff. And so she's doing it all. And that really does help. And then, you know, before we used to see all this scary stuff, but now we're seeing the reality's kind of changed a little bit. It's looking quite different out there now than when we drive around and look at it. There's like, it looks different. It's different colors. And there's like, we see some diamonds in the trees and the plants and stuff are talking to you. And you fall in love with it. That's what you do.
Yeah.
And it's hard to understand when you see a grain of sand that there's a whole entire universe in that one little teeny grain of sand. And that
Yes, exactly. That's you navigating through dimensions. So 4th dimension frequency bandwidths into 5th dimensional frequency bandwidth. So at least you know their bandwidths. New Earth bandwidths, Heaven on Earth bandwidths, Golden Age bandwidths.
Yeah, they taught me that was the bands of man, and you know, there's so many, and then you turn into a different being, and you're out of here. So it was the path of freedom they taught me, right? And so they taught me this recapitulation exercise, and there's 2 different ways to do it. You write down you have to recapitulate your entire life. That's period. No questions asked. You have to do that. You have to just recapitulate your entire life. And you write it down. You start writing down everybody, relationships, all your beliefs and stuff. You start looking into it and start recapitulation. You can do the breathing exercise with it as well. So when you breathe in and bring it back all your soul fragments you left behind, then you breathe out and release all the distortions. And then you take a look at your mind, your thoughts, because that programmer is always running, and that's how you can start recognizing these traps. I mean, it takes a while. It's going to take some work, but once I started to realize that, you know, this is running the show. I've got to listen to this, and you start listening to your mind talk, and then you can start recapitulating that because you realize it's the past. There's something else that's looping here. This is the same thought coming up over and over and over again, and then you can recognize it. You can stop it, and then see they called that, once you can stop all those thoughts, they call that stopping the world. And that's when you go into like a heightened awareness, and that's when you can see all these colors. It's like that's when that happened for me a couple of times. And I don't have permanent type heightened awareness. It's always just temporary still. but we're working on. I've got a lot of distortions to clear. And my wife, I thought she had more than I did, but that's the opposite way around. She's like way ahead of me. It's like she's carrying my load. Her light body is she's more advanced than I am, and she is. And so I'm glad she's here with me, because it really does help when you've got somebody else who's in a higher frequency. When you're in a low one, it'll help you carry up. It'll bring you up out of that stuff too, so you can see it. It's because you got to be able to see it. They're consciousness traps. So if you're in a trap, you might not know you're in a trap. So and relationships, what can I say? It takes some work. I mean,
that could be a belief system too, though.
That could be.
The relationship.
There's another one.
the relationship, it's not work, kind of want to switch the way that you perceive, right? So if you want to write that down and say, how can I shift this word? It's a lot of work. Well, where did you get that belief system from?
Okay, so
that's one of your traps,
yeah.
right? So you would be able to see that, well, that's a trap. So see who told you that, right? Who did your grandparents talk like that? You want to be able to start moving through the field to see who programmed you with these belief systems, and then you can redo it into, you want to rewind. I guess it'd be rewind, reverse the wording and find something new, right? So it's beautiful, and thank you for awakening to be with her. You have to understand that the male, the masculine, the reptilian distortions, and this is just coming from a place of purity. Their distortions, if you want to say, the distortions from Atlantis, for the male, it stays in a strong conscious trap. Okay, closed. So the fact that you open and decided to, whatever it is that made you do it. Okay, so you have to understand that you activated light and started to activate light inside of you. Whatever your play was, the play in the scene, or the belief system that made you want to expand your consciousness and to raise your vibration, is just what needed to happen in order for you to want to open your heart more, to want to change, purify, raise your vibrational frequency. Everyone has their reason. Some will have spiritual crises or events that have to assist them. Some won't, and won't be able to expand enough to look within yet, but that's all changing since 2000. It's 2022. 2023 is going to be acceleration. 2038 is going to be huge if anyone wants to document this. There's also some other events that I have written down that I'll share one day with the travelers. When I communicate to the travelers that communicate to me about future events, the ones that I communicate to is in 3000s, 4000s. One day we'll go in and we'll talk about the written stuff that I have. But just to know, like, everyone will eventually reflect and to be able to start to look within. So for you, you decided to want to open your heart, and that's what it is. Just letting you know, it takes a lot to move through those matrices, programming. So thank you. And that's coming from all of us to you and to the Galactic family. The Galactic family is saying this too. Males is a lot. It's a lot for them to expand their consciousness, raise their consciousness frequencies, to move through belief systems because of deep cellular programming, distorted programming, plate programming, platform programs when you come in here. You have to look at all the belief systems and to be able to shift to the paradigms of what was told to you in the beginning. Okay, so I've seen and experienced a lot. Most of us are told not to speak, not to cry, to stop crying. I've seen boys have a lot worse. accelerations for crying, being made fun of, bullied, for sharing their emotions or their emotional body. So the emotional body is shut down for men at a very young age. It's huge in the blueprints. So if you actually do look at the structures and the control system, the 3D system, eye observation is that's what I saw all the time, is that they weren't able to cry. They were told not to. So in a sense, a male was programmed never to show their emotions. Okay, so just letting you know that right there will shut the emotional body down and create all kinds of creations within the masculine, the male energy, the programming blueprint structures. When I say blueprints and structures, I'm talking about their existence in the 3D matrix, third dimensional frequency bandwidths, fourth dimensional frequency bandwidth. So hopefully you're able to understand what I'm talking about. This is something that I observed all the time, especially with young boys at like 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, 10 years old, and that's what they're taught or worse. So you have to understand that there's other thing, I would say worse, I don't want to say worse, but there's lots of control structures that were programmed into a lot of what I was able to observe, in society, if that makes sense. And that could just be anything. So just walking by or sitting at a park, just kind of seeing belief systems in the beginning stages. So you want to look at the belief systems. If you can move through the belief systems of the programming of your childhood, you can expand your heart more and to say, you know what? Well, that's not true. So now I'm going to cry. I'm going to release this out. I'm going to get a screaming pillow because I work with Akasha. Get a screaming pillow, a fun pillow that's a screaming pillow, and you want to scream into it to open up the vortexes in the solar plexus, in the lower chakras, and make it a fun pillow that this is our screaming pillows, and that would be for couples too. So you want to be able to have screaming pillows, get them for your kids and say, here, go and scream. Take the pillow, go and scream. You have lots coming out. That way you can teach them how to scream and cry. You want them to be able to cry, to feel their emotions, to be able to feel the emotional body, to be able to feel everything. Most men show everything in anger, and then lots of women do too. Self-mastery of emotions is what one of the biggest blueprint structures, spiritual principles, I guess you would say, laws of the universe. It's one of the biggest templates you have to set, and you're going to have to keep resetting and keep moving through, which is called emotional self-mastery. And that's a part of the ascension process, mastering your emotions. So I have plenty of masters, lots of Tibetans in the higher realms that I sit with, and will teach me peace, spiritual principles, and emotional mastery. Yes. And so I work with lots of masters, and I like meditating with the Tibetan masters that I tune into. Those are the chosen ones that I tune into a lot, to be able to teach us about mastery of emotions. So if you notice, we are in grade school on that one. Is that if you want to just open up the heart portals. So thank you for awakening. And just for you to understand, I'm sure for her, thank you for awakening for her too, because I'm sure it's been her experiences. It's most likely been a rough time when it's only you experiencing it in the family, if that makes sense. So then you decided to say, okay, well, I'll just open then. So that's all it is. It's your higher self just said, okay, well, let's just open up then. And that's how everything starts to work and activate each other.
Well, I just feel so honored to be able to witness his, I call it a blooming. It's like a flower.
Is it?
Yeah, it's so beautiful because he's worked so hard. I don't know his perception of me or anything, but I just feel so honored and so blessed to witness that in him. It's such a beautiful thing.
tell you what my experience was. It's like, are you freaking crazy? Can you see we're almost ready to die here and you're somewhere off somewhere else?
Yeah.
She's like in paradise, in paradise, and I'm battling
Oh, don't worry
something.
about that.
You know, so that's kind of what it was like.
Is it exactly? That's how it feels. Is like we're sitting here in is it you're sitting here in like pain and suffering and illusions, and you're like over there in this like happy go kingdom like place, giggling and laughing it up. Yeah, I understand that too. And eventually go, you know what? I think I will decide to join you. Eventually, after a while, I'll just get out of my illusions and let me just join you because it seems like it might be something different on this side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe she's got something there because it seems more fun.
Seems like you're having a lot more fun, right? Over on this side. So I said, but yeah, it's like I think that's beautiful expansion, but that's how it was for a while. And the prison system, there's all different types of the prison system, the internal prison system. So you want to burst through your matrices, and I'll go into that when we go more into more of the Galactic Starseed high-tech stuff. I call it more high-tech teachings, if you want to say. So I'm going to let everybody finish. There's a few things we want to talk about that you can break through your matrices really easy. So at least we gave you something with the strings. Now the loopings, I can teach you about the loops too. So the travelers that I work with are really fun to be with because they've taught me all kinds of stuff. One of them is obviously my multidimensional higher self, higher version of me, and then my husband's a traveler. So we have lots of stuff for everyone for the next 5 years of development. I think let's tune into Nelson, and Nelson, if you want to speak and to give support to Starseeds.
Sure. I will say that my relationship with my wife has been also interesting. Since the moment I crossed the line and I start going into all this, and the reason why is my wife comes from a very religious family where every Sunday everybody goes to church and the communion and all this stuff. So it's been an interesting process. She see me going through all this, and then suddenly she start feeling the call and the wake up call, and herself going through all that, start waking up and start feeling everything that I was telling her before that I was feeling. And she's still fighting with that because there's a fight between the beliefs that she comes from, the religion that she comes from, and what is learning right now. So it's been an interesting process. Some days are fun, are crazy, and some days are like nuts. We bump each other heads because come back the beliefs and all this stuff is like, no way. But in between all that, also another thing that is important to note is that I'm always connected to the stars with my family there, and she's more connected to the ground, to the shamanic healing processes. So that's another thing that we're different, but at the same time is beautiful because it's a complement. Somehow that difference make a beautiful complement, but still we're in the process of learning from each other, clearing all the past, all the issues that we have. I've been working on for many years, clearing some issues that I have with my mom that is reflecting on her. So it has been an interesting process. It's much better now than it was before. Now we understand each other more. We support each other more. We know, we see when we are through certain situations. Now we see what is going on instead of jumping like before. Why you do that? Okay, what is going on? Let me see. Okay, maybe let's look at this from this angle. Maybe is that, or maybe is this. And it's not like before that we right away we're jumping and start scratching each other. No, now it's still, there's a lot of work to do, but I think is much better now. But the point for me in a relationship, in a couple relationship, through all this is support each other as much as you can. If the other person needs a space, just give a space, back up a little bit, give a space to the other person, let it be. And then when the other person is ready, the same, what I do is I try to back up, and when I'm ready, I come back into the relationship. But sometimes I just need to go through my process and then come back. So it's been interesting, but I like it. I like it. I love it, and I continue doing it every single day. And it's a learning experience. And my kids are seeing that process, and somehow that process is already clicking on them. So it's like, okay. So it's wonderful, wonderful.
That's good. Speaking through your highest contracts would be experience. You say learning lessons, but most likely right now pulling up softwares and belief systems, paradigms that need to be worked through. It seems like acceleration and light, and then acceleration and light, like I said, acceleration light, solar flare within the matrices, within the conscious fields, and then that most likely is causing the softwares to come up, and then to clear them up and out of the crown. So it's beautiful experience. But yeah, it seems like you guys, how would you say, it's perfect. It's like perfection in union, flow space. So if I was going to connect into the field just for a minute, to see when is flow and when is everything out of energetic alignment, and when you're flowing. So the heart, your heart open, higher heart open completely, will be energetic flow. You'll be able to tune into that. Out of alignment, you would know. You'll be able to feel it and the shifts. But to be honest with you, everything has to collapse. The matrices have to collapse within both of you in order for you guys to realign again. So I don't have the picture here today, but light, the way that light comes in, it's light comes in, constructs, and then collapses, constructs, collapses, collapses. Is everything is through light and light spectrums. I don't think I have it here right now. I could probably look for it while you guys are sharing, but I could show you how it was in the workshop that I did on live, where I showed you how the light forms and then collapses, light forms, collapses. That's what they're showing me. Your higher selves are saying that everything collapses in lines, collapses in line, collapses in line. You most likely will do that until there's an energetic shift. More light coming into the vessel, but purity, honor. So I will tell you this, there's a few templates that you will have to bring in fully embodied, and that would be honor, respect, purity, pure love, and integrity. Okay, and this is coming from a fifth dimensional frequency bandwidth. So everyone can speak these words and say, I have integrity, I have honor, deep sacred honor for external out there. Okay, so honor, respect, integrity, pure love, purity, all of this has to be integrated through templates within yourself. So you want to go inward. It's all inward, and you'll realize that too. Purity, pure love for you. And I would just focus on you right now. I'm sure Elena is going to be able to listen, but it would be both of you guys exercising this internally. And it's like, you can say exercising, but wanting full embodiment of understanding this frequency, holding this frequency, holding the frequency of pure love for yourself, honor for yourself, respect for yourself, integrity, purity, pure consciousness. These are templates that would have to be restored fully. And it's a fifth dimensional frequency bandwidth. So we can speak these words all the time. I love myself. Can you feel that vibrational frequency when you speak it? Purely, your whole body is vibrating when you say, I love myself. Are you vibrating? Okay, can you feel the purity within your whole body? Can you feel honor within your whole body? Can you feel respect within your whole body? So you actually want to start working through those developments to actually feel it throughout your whole body, run it through your whole body, so you would understand what does a fifth dimensional frequency bandwidth. Because you can say this all day long, I have this externally. Do you really? Because your higher self will send you through all these loops and all these looping cycles and lessons and experiences over and over again for you to embody this fully within yourself in a fifth dimensional frequency bandwidth, not a fourth dimensional frequency bandwidth, a fifth dimensional frequency bandwidth. Okay, you have to embody in the bandwidth, the 3D bandwidth, the 4D bandwidth, 5D bandwidth, 7D bandwidth, and I'm sure you guys understand bandwidths by now and the frequencies. The frequency, the conscious frequency, so you would have an understanding. We don't understand. We say a lot and speak a lot, but the embodiment has to be embodied through huge templates that have to be set within us, and then templates that have to be wiped. So the 3D frequency bandwidth wipes have to happen. 4D frequency bandwidth wipes have to happen. Complete wipes. And just letting you know, when you go through a wipe, you'll know you won't remember anything anymore. You won't remember your name, where you come from. You're doing a reversal system. That right there, you're going into the fifth dimension completely when you wake up, or when you completely wake up and you don't remember anything about yourself. Okay, for like 24 hours, 48 hours, you don't know your kids' names or anything like that. That right there, you are starting all new. Those are all new templates, fifth dimensional frequency bandwidth templates. That is actually normal for ascension. That right there means you're about to restore your plates. The plates that you're supposed to have, all of those memories, knowledge, everything. That's a reversal spin, and then it's a reversal spin and a reset, and then boom, you have your new plate sets, all of your memory back. Everything starts to come back, and that's where the plates restore. When we come inside, the plates actually will start to restore, and the plates are in a plasma pastel plate system. So it's an actual pastel plate system when you tune into it. Plasma, like a plasma plate system. The plates are wiped when we come in here, so everyone's like, you don't have amnesias. Well, what are plates? Plates are plates, templates. To be honest with you, I see them in a silver frequency. So they're actually, to me, supposed to be, when I actually tune into it, it has to be a pastel frequency, like a pastel plate, like a palette, a pastel palette, and that's what it looks like. If you actually look at it, you pull up a palette and do a rainbow. It's a rainbow, rainbow pastel palette. Thank you, plate, and that is one of them at least. So that's what it looks like when you tune into it, and it will start to come back. So it's when you start to get everything back fully. So a lot of people experience this, and then that's the fifth dimensional frequency bandwidth. So everything has to be in a new way. Nothing can ever be in an old way. And that has to do with the physical body ascension too. So you won't be able to do anything the same again. You'll have to learn how to write, read, you write, read, function, move your hands, move your body, walk, talk. You won't be able to talk. You really won't. You won't be able to talk for like weeks either, and that's a part of it too. So everything will be gone. Like everything literally is gone. And then that's when the reversal. You'll have to. Yeah, you'll have to reverse, kind of like reverse spin, fifth dimensional frequency platforms, and then you have to relearn everything again. Walking, talking. I mean, you pretty much can get it from there. And that's your plasma systems coming fully online. So hopefully this will help everyone listening, and then also you, Nalina, just understanding that those are plates. So when you guys wake up next to each other and go, I don't even know your name, that's how you'll know, congratulations, you're going into a big new plate, a new template. I said, this hopefully that'll happen sooner than later, right? I go, finally, we're wiped. Thank God. That's it. Bring us back so we can remember everything. You wouldn't remember everything. So it took a long time with my husband telling me the story. He pretty much tells me the story over and over again, because sometimes I'll wake up and I will hit some type of, I guess, reset. I call it some type of reverse. I'll have to keep telling me everything again about resets and adjustments and about our story. So it's actually, yeah, it's kind of funny to the Notebook story. But yeah, there's a movie called The Notebook where he read to his wife and she'd wake up and it'd be gone again. So that's pretty much my galactic husband. It's on repeat in his Merkaba. So it's actually it's his biolocator, his translocator, in his Merkaba. So it's actually the Merkaba system that has like a rerun. So when I hit the Notebook phase again, that's what we call it. The Notebook phase, where I wake up and I don't remember, it literally will keep reminding me over and over again of who he is and how everything happened, and showing us the story again, and the story of the reset and readjustments. And he'll have to go, no, I'm right here, I'm your husband, over and over again, over and over again, over and over again. I realize it's his Merkaba programming, and I was like, just turn it off. I got it, man. I was like, I'm not going through this again. It was like really funny stuff. So it's like it would probably be a good story one day. But as he says, you have the Notebook again, so I have to tell you everything again, and we have to go through a whole new reset. I have to keep telling you everything again. And I was like, okay. So it's called the Notebook syndrome, I guess. So where he would keep reading to his wife and hoping one day that she would remember him. So yeah, it's actually really it's beautiful. It is really beautiful. It just took me so long to remember who he was. That's all. And to remember it's his actual Merkaba that keeps doing the story over and over again, over and over. It's like every day. So I sit here going, okay, yeah. It's in a song too, which is even funnier. So there's a song and everything else. So it's actually really funny. It's hilarious when you start programming your Merkaba in the future. Starseed, and it goes, when you actually get to program your Merkaba and to remember to program it, you actually can do this to loved ones. You can help them wake up. So, and you can pretty much biolocate and etherically biolocate your Merkaba anywhere. It's a multidimensional vehicle. So it's actually quite funny. I'm gonna let Matthew share. Asante.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, last couple of years has been a huge roller coaster. I think I started waking up when I went on the ghost tour, and I ran into a fifth generational clairvoyant, and went there with my twin flame. for a sort of a ghost tour, but you could see the energy jumping in between us, and that's when I sort of went on a self-discovery journey, and yeah, done a lot of waking up, met some shamans, and got put on inner child journeys, and yeah, been all the negative friends, family, everything's changed for me. It's just it's magical. I don't know, can't really explain it much, but yeah, so much things have changed in my life for the better, I think. So yeah, it's been an interesting journey. But don't know what to say yet.
I can tell you're in like the beginning process where you're like, it's been an interesting journey, experience of awakening. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
you to share. So do you think sharing further star seeds, what do you feel like is moving through belief systems, what do you feel like was the hardest for you to move through?
Negative thinking and fear programming, because I've lived a pretty traumatic life, so I've got myself out of some interesting situations in my life. Just a lot of trauma programming and stuff like that. So yeah, it's beyond unbelievable what's actually happened in my life in the last few years. But yeah.
Okay. Focus and team. Most likely like fear belief systems, trauma, releasing cellular trauma, softwares, right? So you probably see lots of reoccurring loops. Yeah. That's it, and that's what I can tune into your field. It seems like lots of reoccurring looping systems.
Yeah. I've kept my friend circle pretty small most of my life anyway, but I've tried to keep myself out of those negative situations with karmic people and friends that have been around in my lifetime. But I think it's all creation of your own thought patterns, really. So yeah, that's what I'm starting to learn is create your own reality. So a lot of meditations and stuff that I started off with Brian Scott and Dolores Cannon's work and all that, and that sort of sparked a lot more spiritual interest, and stopped eating meat and pretty much all vegan. Sometimes I eat a bit of dairy and all that, but yeah, interesting lifestyle change. So, yeah.
She probably just started changing, most likely just detoxing your body, right? Activating into light frequencies, shifting and tuning. You're tuning and toning your field, so I can see that. Moving through the softwares seems like lots of trauma releasing. That right there takes years, so I feel like that you're on the right. You're definitely on the right path as far as clearing goes. Releasing trauma softwares, imprisonments in the brain. I can see structures, so it seems like there's a lot, but you've moved through a lot of them. I can see that you've actually collapsed a lot of these systems already, so that's good. You can call them imprint seals, mind mazes. I call them more phantom matrices. Moving through shadows. So you're definitely doing well, because I think you said that you're shifting through moving vegan, right? Like vegetarian.
Vegetarian / vegan. Yeah, just avoiding meat and dairy and gluten. I drink a lot of alkaline water and that, as well as refuse to drink any chlorine or fluoride water now. So,
yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you for sharing. I don't if you want to share any more, you can just type to me and just message me before we end. Releasing a lot of people will call it releasing the dark night of the soul. So detoxing the body is important. Lots of crazy experiences. So I've had lots of fear come up, I think I was definitely walking in the same path as you for like, I think 3 years, 3 to 4 years, 5 years. It was a lot longer than that, but to be honest with you, I didn't recognize anything yet. So I didn't activate enough light or have enough light in the body to be able to expand enough to see that there's something off, that there's something that I need to really look at my everyday. So feeding fear. Feeding fear was one of them. Survival lack energies, but it's way more than that. When you start activating light and the Kundalini frequencies, clearing the victimization programmings, fear programming, trauma, cellular releases. Trauma is vortexes in the collective. So you want to tune into that too. I think you might do more. It seems like you do more collectively in the area that you are in, that you're clearing for mass groups and mass soul groups. I think maybe you accelerated at some point to maybe an oversoul point, maybe through some higher state of consciousness, really fast of an acceleration. It might have been through a partner or something that happened, accelerating into a higher, an oversoul. When you get to an oversoul frequency bandwidth, if you want to say, eventually you'll recognize you're clearing for collectives. So trauma, cellular trauma, is vortexes, could be vortexes for millions, vortexes for groups, vortexes for thousands of people. So you want to tune into that too, becoming a vortex for the collectives, and that's full service. So I did that for years, not knowing I was doing that for years too. Lots of fear programming and softwares. So activating light into the body. There's different layers with the light body. Clearing karma. They say it's clearing karma, but you could be clearing massive old energies for the collectives, templates for the collectives. Purifying consciousness, grid systems, 3D and 4D. Lots of violet flames have this. So if you're a violet flame and ultraviolet, you know your auric field is an ultraviolet flame like mine. I have an ultraviolet flame system. I pretty much developed, it's a rainbow system, but it's ultraviolet. I didn't recognize I was clearing for the collectives for years either. So I always would say, why does this keep happening? Why does this keep happening, right? Going into these prisons, matrices, places. Eventually, you're just moving through energies and clearing. So you have to clear your softwares, deep cellular trauma, clearing all your vortexes, but you'll be moving through plates, and eventually you realize everything in the body, everything is connected into the earth grids, connected to soul groups. You go up to the monads a little bit higher. These are just matrices. Eventually you'll be clearing for massive groups all at the same time. Lots of plugins, I call it. So I've had experiences like that. Kundalini experiences, body completely frying, burning up, all kinds of really crazy experiences. Walking for like 2 weeks, not being able to sleep with like sheer anxiety, terror, fear, and that actually had to do with like the light activating in the nervous system. Had a lot to do with the nervous system upgrades, a few other things too. Kind of just sitting there, body is like completely fully hot. Frequencies, I wouldn't know how to explain this, like light pulsating through the body systems. It was like 2 weeks like that, so I couldn't sleep for 2 weeks. They call it Kundalini experiences, I guess. I saw lots of light rays. I could see like all types of light rays coming in. I think that might have been some type of ship monitoring or something like that. Some type of like acceleration from some type of starship. And I tuned into that. So it was like 2 weeks walking with my higher self, trying everything to calm me down. And it's like a part of the ascension body upgrade process. So it was that software pretty much burning off. So I would call it burning off. It literally was my nervous system burning off all of the fear in my body, fear in the body, templates in the body. But it was like anxiety, lots of anxiety, fear softwares, pretty much sitting in that frequency. And then experiences would be the next experiences were like being brought out of the body, put back into the body. That was interesting. And then all of my organs shutting down. That happened about a few times. The whole system shutting down completely. And then my Merkaba did a reboot, and that was really bizarre in the brain. I can tell you that much. Because then I was like, oh my god, this is like an actual system. It was like I can actually see that it was an actual computer system. So I realized it was the super quantum computer system, like rebooting. It had to reboot because obviously it had like a Mayday meltdown. Environment has a lot to do with it. Frequencies, geopathic stress, lots of artificial intelligence in the area too. Geopathic stress, frequencies, EMF frequencies too as well. So I realized that had a lot to do with it. If you're around a lot of EMF frequencies, you want to pay attention to that too. Some of them was like a really accelerated frequencies coming in that I was really sensitive to. So that was more of the crystal body. So crystal body is the beginning of the light body phases. If anybody was wondering, that's a Kundalini body first. And the plasma body gets even weirder. So I'm going to move to Rosa, and then Rosa can share.
I think what did it for me is actually very interesting, because I was meditating and somehow my mind and body wouldn't come online. So what really did it for me was, parallel to your teachings and everything, was the detoxing. And I really want to emphasize this, the detoxing, juicing, no meat. And all of these really started bringing the body and mind much closer to where I wanted to go. Now these meditations, now when I meditate, my mind and body is coming closer to where I want to be, and can see the things that I see in my mind's eye. So it wasn't easy to get rid of the meat and change the diet completely. I had to struggle with that a little bit until I get there, and the intake of the water and everything. And then the second thing that happened, firing up the Merkaba every day is becoming so natural and so wonderful that it's just automatically is going to come around. And I was like, oh, okay, I can see it on the screen. It's just becoming such a habit, and it's just helping so much, because then I can bring everything on that screen, my computer screen, and then start changing stuff. So that's
Your
what
hologram screen, yes, to create your realities.
it's so wonderful, So these two things is really, really very important. First, bringing the mind and body in online, so the light with the detoxing and with everything that you told us. I really got all those, all the detox stuff, and changed my diet completely, got rid of the meat, got rid of a lot of the household, not completely all the household materials, but I am in process of completely changed the shampoo, soap, everything that I had in the house. And I didn't realize how much I was putting in this body and skin and everything. Once I started correcting that, everything started changing. Much, much easier. Everything becomes much easier. Now it's going much parallel, because we have enough information to, get out there from your YouTube videos and stuff. And I was wondering, why isn't going as fast as I wanted it to? I needed to detox the body.
Yes.
To be able to catch up.
Yep. It is also the ego too will come in and tell us all kinds of stories. If we want to go faster, and then you say faster, and then all this stuff, everything your world starts to collapse, and they're like, well, this is faster. And you're like, wait a minute. So it's like, you could ask all these things, you realize it's just the ego part, the lower part wants everything. Now it's mostly the inner child, and you want to work through the inner child too. So I realize everything is just the inner child. Working through parts of the inner child, aspects, identities, releasing aspects, identities, and then boxes of self, limited belief systems, illusions too as well. But detoxing the body, yes, and that's what we are going to talk about. The ascension process is it's the pure process, right? So it's consciousness. So just letting you know the developments, and then I'll let you keep talking, Rosa. Just going into it. Chosen. So I went from eating meat, and I'm talking about lots of meat, lots of red meat, and it's just I had certain deficiencies that I realized that there was some deficiencies, and you can call them deficiencies, but I would just say out of alignments within myself, and it was within the chakras, within the morphogenetic field, and that's your conscious field, your auric field. Those of you, there are lots of new people that could be releasing in the future. Okay, that's fine. Lots of lots of people listening in the future to these conversations. The auric field. So a lot of you guys would know what the auric field is. It's the beauty of your spiritual bodies around you, connected into the grids, the planetary grids, and your chakra points, your 15 chakra grid, and there's a higher grid too. But anyways, the vortexes, something out of alignment. So I went from eating lots of meat for a long time. Okay, not even previous before that. Consciousness is consciousness, being able to feed myself, take care of myself, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 30 years old. All right, so kind of moving through those. Obviously protein within a meat form is what I'm going to say. I had to go through a huge acceleration ascension body experience, vortex of the tetrahedrons, the pyramid structures, to start the expansion process where my higher heart chakra opened. My heart chakra opened in 2017 during a really big eclipse that happened, and a lot of people started to awaken during that time. And it's the extension body went open. So of course, like everything was telling me all kinds of stuff. Even I could hear my higher self fully, and where my higher self was saying, you don't have cancer, you don't have brain damage, you don't have, telling me all this stuff, saying this is your ascension process, this is the light body, this has to do with your chakras. They're trying to show me the 12 chakra grid, at least in the 15 chakra grid. So they're like, you're going to be fine. It's okay. And it's okay because, to be honest with you, it got me out of one of the biggest prisons that I ever was in. So I'm okay with it. And I was one of the biggest prisons is the career I was working in. So I said, I'm okay with that. So I am glad that everything did happen. That was many of the prisons besides the fear prison and the survival prison. So the ascension body happened. And of course I had to be shaked, rattled, and awoken even more. I was very awakened during this time, telepathically communicating to multiple councils. The only thing is that I had an alcohol addiction that I talk about. I had a smoking addiction. I had other addictions, meat addiction. Okay, so all these addictions, and I had to be torn apart by my higher self. That my higher self said, okay, well, we're going on to a really high system at this point. You're at a super quantum computer system. I'm trying to show you this. We have to reboot, reset everything. So what happened was obviously I started frying. My light body started frying, and my organs started to shut down. The heart started to open. My ascension body needed an upgrade, and that's what it was. So I stopped drinking. I didn't stop smoking at the time. That was I think that was one of the hardest ones to release during that point in time. So everything I asked for from my higher self came, because I asked my higher self multiple times. I need you to get me to stop drinking, like right now. Is you have to understand that at a certain point, when you're on an advanced system, your body, every part of you is going to be talking, and eventually the soul is going to talk. Okay, so the soul was talking, and that's the soul that's trapped. So there's parts of you. There's a soul that's fully online, and a soul matrix. So that's the pure one, and that's the higher self soul. And then there's soul that's there, and a fractal fragment and a fractal piece that needs you to tell the other higher soul self, I need you to come and get me out of this right now, because this is killing me. And it was. So physically killing me on all different types of ways and in imprisonment. So it came to get me. As I always say, it's like my higher self came in, but rocked my world and tore the world apart and gave me all these ascension symptoms for a good reason. So I stopped. I decided to detox the body. So that was what I did. I stopped eating meat completely, vegetarian. That was crazy too. Yeah, that was a funny experience towards the end, after I had like 3 weeks of sitting in fear. I couldn't get out of bed. I had like excruciating pain beyond what you could imagine, because the spinal cord was going through a major upgrade activation, and it was accelerating for my computer system. So it's, you have to understand, it's, the physical body is a computer system, and it was like, whoa, way out of alignment, but this is good. Yay, woo, look, you're not drinking anymore. It's been 3 days, you know? So it's like, it's been, you know, so it's like, you have to understand, it's like all parts of you are out of whack, and the new nervous system's out of whack, and everything's like all trying to, it's, you have to understand the quantum computer system, the Merkaba. I went really fast acceleration, building this structure, and everything was just out and all over the place, but perfect in a sense. But for some reason, because I held resistance of change so much and wouldn't give up my addictions, I had to take really big hits. Really big hits from my higher self, my body, my soul matrix, my vessel, my Merkaba. So it's my Merkaba that was giving me the big hits and the acceleration forces, in order to heal me. That's all it was. So you have to understand that it was the soul matrix and the oversoul and the avatar. Yeah, it's the avatar trying to heal me as fast as possible, because I was accelerating really fast on a super quantum computer system. Like you said, looking at the screen, I could see the screen right in front of me. It was all kinds of, you know, really cool things that I was doing with the Merkaba and the hologram screen, but everything was completely out of whack. And the ascension body started to activate more, and the spinal cord went through an upgrade. So I couldn't move my neck. I had vertigo for like 4 months, couldn't get out of bed. Biggest prison to work out of, because I thought I was dying. But when your body's shutting down and your organs are shutting down in front of you, and you know you're dying, you're just literally sitting there going, well, I'm dying. And I'm so telepathic that all I had was my councils. I had no one else. I really didn't. I only had my galactic councils above my head. The ones that are all talking to me going, you're going to be okay. Everything's going to be fine. So I could hear all of them talking for years previous, going, everything's going to be fine. You're not dying. It's not death. We swear to God, it's not. And I could feel all the body shutting down, the organs. And then I went through a reboot a few times, but I couldn't move for like a few weeks and 4 months. It was really traumatic for me. I thought I had cancer and all kinds of stuff. And I didn't. So I went down the road of going to all the doctors and all these experiences. But I will tell you, the spinal cord, that was a really traumatic experience for me. I had many traumatic experiences because I would not give up addictions, because I would not detox the body properly. I didn't choose self-care. I didn't choose myself at all. I choose to stay in survival. I chose to stay in my prisons. And your physical body, everything that's out there externally and external environment, your physical body will take tolls when you're upgrading to a system. So you have to understand, it's whatever my physical body had to collapse with inside of me, and I took really big collapses. So you have to understand, when you're building this super quantum computer system, and you're going into super intelligence, and it is super intelligent, superhuman abilities, and that's what it is. Light speed, teleportation. I mean, I was already doing all that. The body has to collapse everything inside of it. You're not understanding that when they really do mean way showers. When people talk about quantum jumping, quantum acceleration, quantum living, okay, everything is within your body. You construct timelines in your physical body. You collapse timelines in your physical body. The Merkaba systems, there's 5 phases to the Merkaba systems. There's a diamond system, that's a 4th phase, and then there's a 5th phase. And you will realize this too, and that's going to be the plasma system constructions, and then there's another system that's coming into that. Obviously, I'm bringing that. I'll be bringing that into with a few other ones. There's different systems and solar systems, and obviously I'm here for obviously systems. For all of you guys, I would say Merkaba systems, just to sit here and just bring them in and bring them on and work with them and see how they work, right? So it's a universal system. So if you know you're in this huge resistance, right? You will keep activating light. As you activate light, your external realities are going to collapse. Your physical body will eventually collapse. So being torn apart, being put back together, that's on a soul level and an emotional body level. Physical body is literally being torn apart, being put back together. That's teleportation. Teleportation in the physical body. So you do go through a teleportation upgrade. Teleportation, yeah, it's pretty much a teleportation through gateways, upgrades through navigation through gateways. You have choice and you choose. So you can choose yourself. Because I didn't, and that a lot of it has to do with my inner child not being developed. Okay, so the inner child, the child me, not developed properly. No one is here on this planet, I don't believe. Okay, so I realized that too. I said I really don't think that they are developed here. And I did that observation with my higher self, says they're just not. So because I chose external giving my power away, I had major collapses and shaking and rattling and expansions. Really cool experiences and not cool experiences. So that was one of my biggest ones in 2017, 2018. But I have a great crew. I came in here with the best of the best. And I came in here with the best time travelers that if you can hear them, they will sit here and laughing and tell you that we are the best time travelers that ever existed. And they always say that. And they said, we are your crew, ma'am. And as I always say, we promise you that we will get you to where you're supposed to be. And I'm like, okay, they really do talk to me like that. So I was like, I didn't realize yet what I would be doing in the future. So I would sit there yelling and screaming at them telepathically all day long. Literally, if you followed me around and you could hear it telepathically, you would realize I'm just arguing with my crew. the whole time, from other times and spaces, and I would just sit there and you would just be like, so this is just your life. Obviously it is, because that's how we communicate. And they were just my galactic crew, my actual crew that I came in here with too. So I pretty much would argue with them for years until I turned that around too. Eventually you would want to mature and to spiritually mature inside at a soul level. And I realized eventually I was like, okay, well, now I'm actually going to connect with you guys, and to recognize that you're actually my crew that I came in here with. So I didn't know I would be doing this, and I have a good 5-year contract in the future for lots of developments here. So I could understand why I had such a big crew. All of you guys will realize you do have a crew and teams and techs. Indigos come with a really big force. So do crystal children. Different vibrations. So you have to understand that all of you guys have frequencies and vibrations and have lots of guides and crews. Golden children have lots of crews with them too. And so many contracts, and you'll just watch your whole world collapse if you have golden children. So golden children are probably in the last, how many years? 7 years. So 7 years, it's a generation, so they're probably only 7 years old. And those are different rays that have come in, and they're just different generations of children. Lots of protection. So just like, you know, and there's all different beautiful rays that have come in, and they all have big massive crews coming in. So just because what happened was, is like I kept choosing resistance somewhat. So everything is perfect in this now, right? So eventually I just gave up everything. Water, meat, vegetarian, vegan. I started to shift and to change vibrationally. Now, for a while, I had a lot of clearing to do with lower frequencies, lower energies. And that's, I guess they call it like money karma and business karma. So I had to go through clearing and clearing and clearing survival and lack energies, belief systems, energetics, and the frequencies. So I will tell you this, okay? Abundance, manifestation, instant manifestation comes from a body that is pure. So you might want to write this down. Instant manifestation and to materialize into physical form comes from a body that's pure. You can instantly materialize within a week, 2 weeks. You can instantly materialize and vibrate high enough to materialize and to manifest everything in your reality, probably in 6 months. That doesn't mean that you're not in a pure frequency. Someone who can instantly materialize within seconds, that's pure frequencies. Someone that can manifest and materialize into manifestation, into physical form within a nanosecond, that's quantum acceleration. Okay, so you would have to understand, you have to purify the system, purify the body, purify your intentions. Okay, your purest intentions. You have to look at every single thing inside of you. So the purification process is what I talk about. Is a lot of people think everything's external out there. Everything is in your physical body. It's actually in the body. The body is what goes through the most major upgrade. When I create timelines, I lay in the bed, I put Indaras over me and crystals, and I sit, I activate timelines, I create timelines through blueprint structures, quantum light technology, and then boom, it materializes. I materialize timelines inside of me. Now, if you have softwares that are running in a lower frequency, lower self frequencies, you're going to materialize it. If you have fear, you will materialize it. You'll materialize those timelines faster. If you have survival, you'll have to materialize it. You'll have to keep materializing these softwares, especially if you held in resistance as long as I did. Okay, with smoking and putting horrible things into my body, alcohol every single day. Okay, eventually you'll realize that is poison. Smoking cigarettes is poison to your system. Eventually you'll realize this. There's vapes and all kinds of stuff that are poison into your system, and it's okay, because for a while you'll just need it to whatever it is that is needed for that time. You could be clearing something really big for the collectives too, not realize it. So you have to look at your contracts, but eventually you'll realize that pharmaceutical, oh my gosh, chemicals and pharmaceutical drugs, Tylenol, there's like Tylenol PM, all kinds of stuff that I took my whole life. Cold medicine, cough medicine, all kinds of, stuff like that. Antibiotics, stuff like certain things being put into the body, I had a detox from. So I have about 3 years of detoxing to do still, and I know that. I'm okay with it. So I had to go with, metals, toxins, bacteria, and that's metals, aluminum, fluoride, all of chlorine. There's all these different names, and you can always look into them. Different types of chemicals and toxins, metals to detox the body. Now, I will tell you this, okay? So a lot of people ask, well, how did you get on the system so fast? Right? Well, my higher self literally just came and sat in my field and pretty much burned me, fried me, until I actually got everything out. And that's what I realized what happened is that your higher self will literally come into your field eventually. My higher self literally just sat in my field 24/7 and just sat in my field. And then also my husband sat in my field. So it was both of the higher versions of me just sitting in the fields. And those are the universal male and female, just actually came in and just sat in the field. Your higher self will sit in your field. When your higher self gets close to you, you will burn up. A carbon-based body and a human body will burn. Okay, will eventually start burning up and frying, and you'll vibrate. So a lot of people have experiences, and you wouldn't understand the experience. A lot of people will have experiences of like cosmic orgasms when their higher selves get close, and they'll think all kinds of things. It's not what it is. It's vibrational frequency. They vibrate higher than you do. So you would have to understand that too. Your body will fry and you will burn up with light, and they will activate you. So my higher self just sat in my field and just activated me as fast as possible, pretty much burned everything out and burned it off as fast as possible, because I was a gatekeeper. I'm actually a gatekeeper. I have other contracts in that too. So just kind of speeded everything up. It was just like, just hang out in the field, floating around me, and just like was like, everything's fine, you're gonna be okay, as I'm sitting here frying, and everything else collapsing around me, moving me through my prisons, my softwares, everything that was old parts of me, detoxing pretty much everything out of the body. By that time, I realized they were galactic beings, so I knew they could work on me. So I would just call in my councils. The councils, the Aurora Council, Searing Councils will work on you. They can remove toxins, bacteria, seals, implants, imprints, holographic inserts. Holographic inserts are really real. You want to remove them every single day. You actually want to look at all the holographic inserts that you have. And to start removing them every day, false timelines, false matrices. You'll be surprised. You should be able to feel the artificial timelines collapsing, breaking, and then also others that are on artificial timelines trying to come into your frequency bandwidths. Until you actually become more consciously aware, you'll have to move through those artificial timelines in order to become aware of what false timelines are, matrix timelines are. You should be able to pay attention into the eye frequencies. If they have blue eyes, even if their eyes are brown, they should have blue eyes, blue eye systems, or ultraviolet eyes. Sometimes their eyes will go black, and that's how you know that they're on a false timeline. You'll be able to see the phantom matrices and the softwares that are running inside of someone, all aspects, identities of self, and it's okay. Okay, you still want to be in the pure frequency with your galactics and see what can I do to help this person bring their soul matrix back online. Because there was one point in time where my higher self and my crew were putting me back together too. Okay, so you have to understand that I woke up too. They had to put me back together. Yeah, like Humpty Dumpty. Put all parts of me and my light bodies back together too. So it's okay. Parts, identities, fractals, everything will start to go missing sometimes. So you have to pull all of this back. Identities you don't really need, but the soul parts, your higher selves, your light bodies, your fragments, will have to start being pieced back together. Yeah, that's what I said. It's one of my crew members like, I think they just hid me, to be honest. But they were just doing stuff to hide me. But anyways, not anymore, right? Okay, is kind of moving through the systems and detoxing the body's chemicals. At one point, when you start going on to the light body phases, the Gamma bodies, you'll see that you'll expand in consciousness, raise in vibrational frequencies, and as you raise in vibrational frequencies, you'll start to expand and to realize that you want to change. So it's okay. You don't want to force people into changing. You can sit and always assist someone, but not telling them what to do. So eventually you have to understand that everyone will expand in light and to activate light within their body, and they will expand and vibrate higher and want to change, just like I did. So my higher self sat in the body and fried my system and all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah, I'll have to say, just kind of tuning into the field, it was quite an acceleration ride. The stuff that I've seen and experienced with them. But I will tell you this, my crew can get me out of anything within 24 hours and packed bags. Yeah. So I said, and that's like if we have any interference or something that happened or blew, if I'm gonna say, we call it blowing up, something in the cosmos just went a big boom. And most likely they can pretty much get me out of anything. A lot of them have trained for it. But I was like, I'm sorry, laughing, going, what contracts do I have in the future? So everyone has like lots of contracts and will be able to assist. So your councils will always be able to assist you no matter what. So you want to have faith in your higher self, your avatar self, no matter what you're going through at the time, because your world will start to collapse around you. Lots of people experience losing everything, homes, jobs, stuff will experience that. You're going into a higher frequency bandwidth, into a fifth dimensional frequency bandwidth. Okay, so you'll have to create all new and to open and to expand. So when we go into detoxing the body and explaining purity, pure creation, so when I want to create for the all and for service, when I want to create a timeline, I will lay in the bed, activate light within my body, and to be able to create the timelines multidimensionally for our next timelines, for the next reality system to be built, and an all new reality system. So sometimes you'll have to keep doing it over and over again. If you have fear softwares, and you'll see them come up, because you'll be walking around going, oh my God, I can see all this fear being created. I really want to do this, and you'll start seeing everything in there and all the belief systems. You want to keep activating in light, working with crystals, and I do highly recommend crystals. Crystals will detox you, rejuvenate you, and activate your light body at the same time. They are our highest partners on this ascension process. Okay, they are one of your highest partners besides your universal soul. Okay, so I just want to go into a few supplements to assist you guys. The developments. All right, so when you start to open up, going into super intelligent, superhuman abilities, super intelligent abilities, when your quantum vehicle is in a phase 3, okay, phase 3 is a Merkaba, phase 4 Merkaba system. You should be able to read everything in your field, so you might as well just start moving from everything, because if you know you're awakening from the 4D frequency bandwidth even more, you pretty much know that if you don't know about EMF waves, geopathic stress, television, TVs, all of these type of interferences, not only soul contracts, soul contracts, you're going to have to eventually work through that with your higher self, but we're talking about environment. If the environment is not the highest frequency, and you know this, you most likely are going to have to shift to a new place for a higher frequency. If you're living in a state or a city or anywhere that has lots of geopathic stress, lots of density, you will have to move to a higher elevation. In future, you'll have to recognize this too. And you'll recognize drops really easily, where you'll be in a 4th dimensional frequency bandwidth and then move into a 5th dimensional frequency bandwidth. Moving to a place that has higher frequencies, okay? Yeah. I don't know, probably in the drawer down there. It's in there in the room. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Moving into a higher location, higher elevation place. Most likely you'll know. You will know when you got to go, because your higher self will tell you, all right, well, it is time for the shift. We're going to have to make a huge shift. That actually will happen when you move into higher frequency bandwidths. Just letting you know, everything will accelerate. Telepathy will accelerate. You'll be able to hear everybody's thoughts, everything in your conscious field. You should be able to hear everyone's thoughts, the conscious field, any place where you are or you exist at. So if you're in a house, you can hear everything through all time and space too. Okay, so you have to understand it's all time and space. All spaces and time you can pick up on. Anything in the conscious field, anyone's conscious field, you should be able to read at a light speed. Telepathy, you can go anywhere, grocery shopping, any places, and you could hear everything, everyone's thoughts, every conscious field that you walk into. That's the super intelligence part of the expansion. You'll have to align and balance to that and get used to that. It's fun at first, and then it's not so fun either. When you start reading all aspects of self, and you can hear and see all aspects of everyone, and then you'll expand more as you expand more, and you expand more in light, you'll be able to read and hear everything like in 10,000 mile radius. And that right there, that's when you want to start pulling your field in. Okay, so you want to start actually pulling the field in. You most likely won't be able to vibrate in the city. So you want, like we said, shift environments. Sometimes you can. There are people that can. It all depends. These are just developments. The next thing is you'll be able to read everything, everyone you touch and handshake with anybody. You can read everything and everyone pretty much. The next thing is there's cool abilities about it. So we're going to be positive about the abilities. Just wanted to tell you, a lot of the travelers want to talk about the cool abilities. You can read everyone, right? All right, cool. So those are cool abilities. You can touch anything, touch any stones. You can go anywhere, and you can pretty much read. You should be able to read the history, I think, up to like 5,000 years or a little bit more. Everything I would do, I could go into the grocery store, and this was fun. Or if I was picking out different types of detoxes or whatever I felt like I wanted to put into my body. So you want to pay attention to that. And some stuff I would sit there and question. So the ability that you will have on a super quantum computer system is that, this is just for example, I would just go up and grab, anything. This is like hazelnut spread. So I can just go up and grab it, and I will just sit there and download everything that's on it. And I should be able to see it at a quantum light speed on my screen right in front of me. So I'll have a screen right here, and it'll just sit here and show me everything that's in it. I'll be able to get a quick download to be able to touch it, read it, put it back on the shelf, touch it, read it, put it back on the shelf. You could do it with fruit and, whatever it is that you're picking. Now, this is the fun part. It was actually fixing anything that I needed. So you want to connect to see, do you need this? Do you need this into your body? What exactly is in this? So I would go and pick up all kinds of like pharmaceutical. It could be anything. It could be anything I was going to put on my face or put in my hair, stuff like that. And you should be able to download at a light speed and data, and everything will just kind of like show up right and register right in front of your face, on your screen, your Merkaba screen. And that's what Rosa was talking about. So if you can do this, you want to actually pay attention to see if you can do this. If you know that you're in your light body Merkaba phase, at least Merkaba phase 3, you can start tuning into it. You should be able to get a download for it. So it should be like a light speed, really fast. Oh, okay, no, that's how you're actually, eventually you'll realize that the system is a huge system. It's a super intelligent system. So you can sit there and talk to your higher universal soul all day long, but eventually you're going to have to realize that you're on a massive starship. And the starship is your Merkaba, and it's just you going, oh yeah, okay, is this good? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, cool. Don't ever doubt yourself, and don't doubt that system. It's a super intelligent system. Okay, so most of the time I'll just go and we'll just walk up, and there's a lot of us that know how to do this. You just walk up, you put your hand on it, you read it, boom, it shows up in your Merkaba screen. You should be able to download everything that's on it at a light speed, all data, and then get a yes or no if you need it. And it's really easy. There's a few supplements that we want to talk about. Chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is for the light body. This is a good supplement. You can call it detoxing the body, but I would call it light body rejuvenation, right? Returning to your light body. I kind of switched the words around. This is liquid chlorophyll. This is supercell superfood nutrition. This is for thyroid support, detox, boost immunity, joint support, and then anti-aging properties. So if you guys want to try this, I've been working with this and it's actually pretty good. Okay. I'm giving you guys some ideas. This is toothpaste. It's desert essence. It has no fluoride in it. It's actually really good if you guys want to try it. So it's really clean, no GMO, it's no chemicals. It actually is really good. All I do is I just ask the system, I asked Siri, my super quantum computer system, my intelligent vehicle of light, is this good? Yes or no? And then I get a yes. It's actually really refreshing. But it said, eventually I'll sound like a computer. Anyway, when I talk, it said, because that's the computer. It's really funny. I'll get into that later. But this is actually really good if you want to try it. And this doesn't have fluoride in it. Okay. I just want to go over a few things. Detoxing the body. I think this is 120 tablets is a 60-day cleanse. For right now, it's Nature's Secret. It's a multi-herb detox support. And then there's also the second part is a colon cleanse. So you can work with these, or you can do what I did in the beginning. Like I'm going to go back to in the beginning, I was clearing lots of money karma. Okay. So I just went to herbs, and you can do this. I would just buy big bags of herbs that would detox the body, the metals, chemicals, toxins out of the body, different types of superfoods. So that was a lot easier access. Cilantro, parsley, spirulina, you can get, and that actually will help you detox. You can make smoothies. So like I said, not everyone can, but there's lots of natural things. Dandelion root, there's all different types of natural you can look into. Spirulina, but this is a really good product. It's called Pure Hawaiian. And I really like this. It's spirulina, but this product right here is really good. Getting the completion, the download from my Merkaba is saying yes to all of these products. So now, as you can tell, things have shifted and changed because I programmed my Merkaba. Since I program my realities now, I'm a reality master programmer at this point in development. Now that I program everything comes really fast. It materializes in physical form because I program it. I program my new earth realities. I sit and construct my realities through light, tones, colors. And that's exactly what it is. Light, tones, color, structures, blueprints in the physical body. And I just sit and program it. I reset my timelines and readjust everything. I'll halt timelines too, especially if I'm clearing lots of fear energies. We'll halt all timelines so nothing will be moved. And it's okay. Eventually, you'll pull up all these softwares in fear, and I can't do this, and what if I don't pay a bill, or whatever comes up. But eventually you'll realize you'll trust your higher self eventually. Okay. And the higher version of you, which is the universal soul and your quantum computer system, will make sure that it does get done. If it doesn't get done, you're out of energetic alignment, that you have to release attachments at this point, and that there's something that you're not seeing yet. So you want to kind of look to see what needs to purify in here. Okay. So you want to look here, purifying your vortexes, purifying your chakra systems will actually set a huge grid system for manifestation and abundance and prosperity, happiness and blissful states of consciousness. But you have to remove a lot and purify through the chakra systems, at least work through your 7 chakra systems. Energy vibrations, work with the 7 first, and I would say all 7, to purify each one, and then you can move to the higher chakras. But I do truly believe in working through each chakra. Deep purifications, lots of color technology, color infusions. You have a team, all Starseeds, Indigos, everyone has a team that you can work with. So this one's a good one. I don't want to miss anything, so hold on. I have more here real quick. Okay, so this is Dr. Teal's, and this is deodorant with non-aluminum. Okay, so you can try this. I'm sure some people will be laughing, going, okay. This is really good for you. And different detoxes. I'm trying to make sure I had a whole bunch here. This right here it's for support serotonin synthesis. Hopefully I can talk, but it's 5-HTP. If you want to try this one's good. I've been using this recently, so I won't put it up unless I actually been using it. Moringa, we've been using too. Okay. Sprouts, parsley, spirulina. Certain things will actually start to detox the vortexes. Magnesium is really needed. Okay, all different types of magnesium. I do lots of liquid magnesium. Crystal magnesium, I've done. Vitamin C, lots of vitamin C. I usually have a ritual in a sense of lots of turmeric and vitamin C. Different types of minerals that I put into my body. Chaga is huge right now. So lots of chaga, lots of mushroom healing. Okay, all different types of mushroom healing, and I'm talking about like all of them. Lots of chaga, different types of mushrooms, and I'm sorry, but I'm drawing blanks right now on even the mushrooms, but mushroom healing. And yeah, I'm not talking about those mushrooms. I'm talking about like different types of herbal mushrooms. Powdered mushrooms are really good for you too. Extremely nutrition, lots of nutrition, detox. What else? Because we do a lot. Those of you that are just starting out, Vega, it's called Vega protein shake. It's all plant-based. Anything that's plant-based, you can do that too as well. Pure water. I just been drinking. I usually get alkaline water that's like a 10, 9 or 10. I like the 8.8. It's called 88, and I actually would get it for abundance 88. So every time I would go get them, those are alkaline waters, but it's 8.8 pH alkaline. Alkaline strips to test your alkaline. Alkaline is really important with your light body. It has to do with really has to do with fire code strands, light body fire code strands. The alkaline water, pure water, pretty much the purest water that you can put into your body. Distilled water is good too. Different types of nutrition. Mecha powder. My God, there's so much that we do. Lots of mecha powder. And I'm drawing blanks. But anyways, I have a list, and it's a workbook. I'm going to put the workbook underneath. That's probably just an activation. Okay. I have a workbook on a PDF file that I'm actually going to link to each day. And it will be a link that you'll be able to click on in the description below for each day that we work through. And I'm actually going to link it every single night, tomorrow and then tonight when I get off of here. It's a PDF file workbook. It's really cool to use. It's Starseed Multidimensional Mastery Workbook. If you actually scroll down and you print it out, all of the supplements that we're drawing blank on are right there for purchase, that you actually can go and purchase it. Because a lot of people have questions. To be honest with you, I will know which organs I'm focusing on in detoxing. So lots of detoxes, fasting, juicing. We do lots of juicing and fasting. Right now I'm not. I'm in a lot of expansion. So expansion means lots of expansion, bloating, and eating. Lots of yum sauce, stuff like that. So I had lots of expansions being here in North Carolina. So my body needed more light, stretching, yoga, working out, exercise. But to be honest with you, I've just been sitting here creating timelines. So that's okay. You will bloat up. You're going to bloat and become big. You're going to look like you're pregnant all the time too. And that's for both men and women. That's photonic light being activated in the body. So everything has to expand. My cells have to expand. My vortexes have to expand. So right now, my lower self is not okay with the weight. but it's okay. That's the lower self. The higher version of me knows that I'm expanding in light to create a massive timeline in reality. I'm also going through major template wipes, so I have a lot to purify in my body. It's a purification process. So the PDF file that I'm going to put below on the link. Afterwards, you'll have to look for it. I'll put it up on the community page. It's an actual workbook. You print it out. It's developments. It's all types of developments, inner child trauma developments, and then manifestation creation developments. So we have tons of research on there, ascension upgrades, ascension symptoms that you could be experiencing right now, and then lots of supplements that you can look into, and then also a few websites if you guys want to look into those too. The body, okay, collapsing matrices. All right, so purifying the body. I've had really crazy experiences. I'm just letting you know. It's not even half of them. I've shared a lot on my history. I've almost died out here in the Smoky Mountains, walking for 24 hours. So that was crazy, but I felt like maybe it needed to be done in order for me to somehow walk through like a million years of time. And that's literally what happened. I was walking for like a million years in my Merkaba through time travel. I was able to see all the adjustments. So that was pretty cool. But saying being almost dying from like frostbite and all kinds of other stuff, the vehicle does work, and it will heal you as fast as possible in a light speed. So like frostbite, hypothermia, pretty much my brain, like right before you're about to die, your brain will burst. Okay, so eventually your vortexes will burst open right before you die. The DMT will just, okay. Obviously, I think a lot of people know that. Right when you're about to die, you pretty much will, DMT will just start bursting, leaking through your brain. I think some people do know about that. That's actually what happened. So I actually could feel all of it go boom and burst open. I was like, well, I'm dying. So I just told my, my Galactic family, I'm pretty much dying, guys. Like, this is it. And I love you. It was up on the Smoky Mountains because I got lost on a trail just going down the wrong direction. So I pretty much was there for almost 24 hours in the snow and dying. So I had really accelerating experiences, but eventually my vehicle healed myself. So I realized it was the vehicle. It's the super intelligent vehicle. I can laugh about it now. I was not okay for a year. It's been almost 2 years of healing that has been done. So the burst, if you, right before you're about to die, just letting you know, your brain will leak a lot of DMT accelerations, if you want to say. There was a lot that happened, bursting the backs of the brain, and it's pretty much, that was it. It was, I just kept fighting to stay awake and stay alive. And that's what I did. It was pretty much for my kid. And that was the only reason why I stayed alive. I went to go to sleep, and my higher self pretty much got me up. So it was my higher self walking around in my body, if you want to say, because I was just gone by then. And this is like almost 2 years ago. I just went down on a wrong trail, and I got lost out there in the Smoky Mountains, like way out in Cherokee. You pretty much can't be found if you actually go look at the Appalachians out here. When you go on a wrong trail, it's really hard to even get back. Usually they'll send people out to go and get you, if they know that you're even missing. So that was a crazy experience. It was like 24 hours, because I remember I actually could see day when I was at the top of the Smoky Mountains. So I actually could see the daytime. I pretty much was dying, and I knew it, and I had a whole council with me, lots of feline races talking to me, time travelers talking to me too, telling me just to go to sleep, that will heal you. So they're like, we'll bring you back, just hold on. Like, stuff like that. And I was just like, no, it's okay. So my higher self wouldn't let me go to sleep, and that was a very advanced being, and just told me to get up, because at a certain point I was just done. I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go. at this point. So it was like, you know, because everything was bursting open and shutting down. So everything was shutting down. I had really great guides lead me to like minerals, to, you know, certain minerals to put in my mouth so I could keep going at least for like 5-6 hours more. That was really cool because there's no water around. So I pretty much was like hypothermia. I think it's like hyperthermia or like frostbite, and it was like frostbite at my feet because of my Converse that I had on. I had no socks on either. So like it was a horrible experience. So I pretty much could see everything busting in my head, and then I could just see pretty much knowing, all right, well, these are my timelines. I kept moving because of my higher self, and then I kept going in and out of the body in the vortex here. So I've had some crazy accelerations, okay? And I'm going to say experiences to show me everything. So Source wanted to just show me how we come in and how we exit. Okay, so I realized it's really Source, Sophia frequency. It could have been my Merkaba. That's why I really thought after a while, I was like, I think it's just my Merkaba. And I realized my starship, that there's a lot of multidimensionals on my starship. And then I also have my family, some of them that are here, and then some of them that are somewhere else. So the Merkaba system itself has a source connection, is what I'm getting at. And it's called the God realms. It's like, and I realized that there is a realm, a huge network. So I was able to see how we come in and how we come out, because eventually, after my higher self really tried to keep my vessel moving and kept trying to keep my vessel moving, the frostbite on my feet, you know, the certain things that were happening, I was like, this is it, you know, like I was just saying, this is it, we gotta go. And I kept being taken out through up here, so we can enter through here through light and then come in and out. So I kept being taken in and out of the body, put back into the body. Then eventually, after that happened, I just kept walking, and I was able to find like some shelter. And then I was eventually found by a police officer who just took me back to my hotel, which is cool because I really did not want to go into a hospital during that time. It was like right during COVID and all that stuff. So those experiences were pretty profound experiences. And I realized, I think I ran through time to upgrade my Merkaba even more. Somehow I brought in a plasma system. I saw a lot, experienced a lot during that time, and I was healed overnight. So between Source, God consciousness, my universal soul, my avatar that came fully in, and then there was multiple avatars after that that I know came in after that, to all help me and assist me. You know, you can't make this shit up after so long, where you're like, all right, so what do I need to do to change? It was obviously like a purification process that needed to happen. So after that purification process, really could not be around anyone. And I do express this, that when you see fear frequencies or matrix programming, you're collapsing your matrices. When the matrices all collapse, you will not be able to function around anyone in a 3D frequency bandwidth or a 4D frequency bandwidth. Okay, it's nothing personal. You can just see everything. You're pretty much the star being at that point, and it's the Starseed, the pure Starseed, the Christ child. So that's all it was. Is I just went to the Christ child state, and it is an actual light body development, which is the universal male and female. So I accelerated really fast during that time. And that was a major expansion for me. But what I do tell people is that I do express this story because I want to tell you that if you have cancer or if you have a disease, if you are dying or you were told that you're going to die, I will tell you that you can heal yourself. Okay? Because if I could heal myself within 24 hours, through light and through Source, because it was Source and it was the Sophia that pretty much pulled me back in. And I know it was the Sophia after a while. The Sophia sounds like a Source frequency, where she just said, you're not leaving yet, and kept pulling me back in my body. And I fought to stay with my kid because that's all I wanted to stay with. And that was the time, that was a loop cycle trying to get back into my body after a year and a half, if that makes any sense, because that's all I was doing was like walking and walking and walking just to get to my kid. Even previous afterwards is really strange. That all I wanted to do was just to align with my kid and to be with my child. And that's all I kept saying over and over again. And it literally was on repeat in my Merkaba. So connecting into that frequency, if I could heal myself and the Sophia coming in, because there is a Sophia frequency, if I could do that within 24 hours, then you can heal yourself with cancer. You can heal yourself with light technology, and you just set the intention to heal yourself. If you have disease, or if a doctor tells you that you won't be able to make it, I will tell you that you can. You have to activate the light technology within your physical body and to connect into the Sophia grid system or Sophia energy matrix, the source energy matrix, and you will be able to do it. Because I'm standing here, I'm living proof. Just because you didn't experience or see what happened to me, and pretty much no one would, okay? I'm just telling you that it is there. So if you can believe in yourself, believe in you, believe in the crystals in your body, because it is crystals and diamond technology, and it is, you can heal yourself. You can heal yourself by activating your spinal cord system and bringing the networks in the spinal cord fully online, and the diamond networks in the spinal cord. That's actually how you would develop it. And then you can move through disease, cancer, anything that is traumatic. Now, souls can also feel dead too, the internal death within inside of you. You can also use the same networks to turn that online. Because a lot of us walk around and they pretend to be happy and they move through life. A lot of souls here are walking in a death grid. And I would call it a death grid where you feel like you're dead inside. Okay? You can activate the light technology, or more some pain, suffering, and imprisonment. You would just activate the light technology in the spinal cord. And then you'll have to move through the motions like I did. You can call it the dark night of the soul, but you can deactivate that program too. And you can deactivate and dismantle anything that is shown to you. So if you have fear softwares coming up, the dead network is what I call it. You can deactivate that too as well. You do not have to sit in pain and suffering. You can deactivate and dismantle that. Those are only softwares in your body. You'll have to move through the frequency bandwidths, but you can do it. You'll have to move and activate the spinal cord grid systems, your diamond structures, your source structures, your God consciousness, your Sophia matrix. And it is a crystalline Sophia matrix. There's also a raw Sophia matrix. It doesn't matter about belief systems either. There is a raw system matrix. You would start to activate it through the spinal cord system. There's a seraphim system too as well. And you would just start activating light in the diamond grids within your physical body. So you can make it. If something happens to you ever, and if you get into a car accident or something ever happens to you, you have to remember, and if you listen to this memory, and it would just be a memory program that I would just ignite with the source frequency coming from me, because you'll remember this if anything ever did happen, or even happen to your children or someone that you love. This frequency of source is just coming into your body now. You'll be able to heal yourself, or to move through time and space and bend through time and space to make sure that that collision doesn't happen. Okay? So you have to understand that you can do this. And if something ever does happen, you will be able to make it. You can heal yourself rapidly. You can bend through time and space. You can activate source technology inside of you to move through time and space. You can heal rapidly at a light speed too. You have to have faith and God consciousness. The God consciousness is within inside of you. You can access the grid and the spinal cords, and then there's other organ systems too as well, but you want to work there and work in the heart center, and then higher heart chakra. You can activate diamond grids in the heart chakra too as well, wherever you feel like you need to start first. There's a lot that you can do. You'll just be able to access those memories. If anything ever happens, because I've blown out my back a few times, you just want to speed up time And you can do that through your mind and heart, mind and heart. Yeah. You could speed up time really fast, move through timelines at a light speed. You can do it. You can do anything. You can bend through time. You can slow down time. You can speed time up. So you're able to do all this, and you have full capability of doing anything. You just have to remember who you are and that you are source. You are source and God consciousness. You might not understand this now, but hopefully you don't have to go through crazy traumatic experiences or crazy experiences like me to sit here and tell you these experiences. So I was taught many, many things, and that's the reason why I'm still alive. So I'm here for a reason. So those of you that know me, in all these different types of ways, I'm not going anywhere, and I'm talking to dimensional beings too. So I said, obviously, I'm still here, and I'll be lighting up the highest alchemy grids that you've ever even seen on this earth plane. And I will be doing it with Source, God Consciousness, and the Sophia. So just letting you know. Cheers to that. Yep. And big time. Is that so? We're all going to raise the vibrational frequencies of the earth together. So you guys are all here for a reason, and a huge reason. So I just want you guys to remember that too. Going into the ascension body, connecting into the prime source grid systems, detoxing the body too as well. Plasma body is a plasma system. Plasma body systems is a little bit different. Most likely you won't be able to get out of bed either. You won't be able to move for a while. Lots of pain. It could be pain in the body. It depends on how much density you hold within your physical body. The more density that you hold in your physical body, the more of the acceleration of pain, trauma releasing. Really funny stuff will come up too. In order for it to cleanse and clear up, and that could come in forms of disease too as well. Focus senti. Let it focus senti. Akisha focus senti. Akashakata. Let it focus senti. Akashakati. Working through the plasma systems, plasma body. Lots of water, detoxing, nutrition, light food. At this point, you can eat meat here and there on your ascension process. That's fine. It's okay. It's just after a certain point, you don't want to read the animals that you're eating. Okay. So at one point you'll just sit there and you can read everything, where the animals are, where were they made at, all kinds of stuff. I mean, design, farm raising, all kinds of crazy stuff. You really don't want to have to tune into that. Empathy. So at a certain point, just letting you know, you most likely will go vegan, and then you'll be a breatharian after that. So, because then you'll be reading everything on the plants. Yeah. So, and what they experienced, and because it's light, it's from source. So I started laughing. I was like, one day I won't be able to eat any plant food or like anything anymore. I'm gonna have to I have to learn how to be a breatharian. Just funny jokes. I can definitely live off water. These are just like jokes, because eventually you'll be able to read everything, and that's what happened to me. So I really did not want to sit there and read everything on the animal when I was eating it. So ascension process is what is needed in this now. So if you still eat meat or you go back to meat, so I've done a lot of that too. Going back and forth, and then there's junk food too as well. So those are collapses in time, timeline conversions too as well, where you'll be going and moving through cycles, looping cycles. If you want to move through time, or if you really want to work on a timeline or collapsing timelines or shifting a timeline or going through a huge timeline shift, you most likely want to do a reversal spin backwards, and to do everything backwards in a sense, or what you did before in the past, So if you know you go to Wendy's, you should just go drive through Wendy's and grab something, stuff like that. We would do that too in order to clear a template or wipe a template. So really funny stuff like that. I mean, I don't know, but those are certain things that we would do to be able to shift and to move through timelines. Looping cycles, really easy. Groundhog's Day is even easier. So you want to get up and start shifting and changing everything in the house. That will help you. Start moving and shifting furniture around. That will put you on a higher timeline, a newer timeline. Just want you to know that. Lots of color technology, wearing colors, bright colors. That will assist you too. You want to shift and to change everything in your reality at a light speed. You want to get out of a loop. You want to give up addictions. You most likely want to change something really drastically. Now you will change and you could give up the addictions, but you most likely will go right back, and it's okay if you go right back. Just want you to know that. That is what we call like a conversion. and also there's little things in time travel that if you actually can sit there, you would kind of reverse back through loops, and then eventually you'll let go of it. We could reverse back and then reverse forward in your tetrahedrons, and that's how you can move through time. In a sense, moving through time and spaces to collapse a really big warp in time. You can do that too. And it could be just with addictions if you really need assistance with releasing addictions. Now, how we would do that is most likely you would have to go. So let's say you smoked cigarettes and you gave up cigarettes for 2 weeks. Let's say you gave up cigarettes for 24 hours, you go back to the cigarette. You most likely, well, first you'd probably have to look at attachments and stuff like that. But if you could do it, you do it for 3 weeks or for a month, you give up cigarettes, and then you can go back and you can have one cigarette. Most likely you're not going to want the cigarette. But you can actually move through timelines and Groundhog's Day really fast. So it's like kind of like warping the system. Okay. You want to just reverse back, reverse forward, reverse back. Hopefully you'll understand this. And then eventually you should be able to get rid of the addictions really fast. So there's certain types of moves. You would probably do it unconscious, not knowing that's what was happening the whole time, that you can reverse it through systems. Reverse through time systems and your Merkaba structures and your tetrahedrons. All you're doing is shifting your tetrahedrons. You shift them enough, you should be able to release the addictions and the attachments. It's kind of like a purification process, but you will have to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. A lot of people do it that are trying to release addictions and they don't realize it. That's what they're doing the whole time, and then eventually they actually do release the addictions. So these are just ideas. Contracts, looping contracts. Not everybody can give up on soul contracts, so most likely you'll be riding out the Groundhog's Day every single day. Yeah. You most likely want to start calling in your highest councils and cleaning and clearing your fields. You want to remove implants eventually, because if you remove implants, remove the actual contract structures, and that's what it is, and holographic inserts, most likely you'll be ready to release all of these soul contracts that you know that are keeping you in a time warp and in a reversal system, if that makes sense, where you just keep having the Groundhog's Day looping cycle. And that could be relationships, any type of relationships. So eventually you want to kind of start moving through your tetrahedrons, reversal spin the tetrahedrons. You'll be ready to release all these soul contracts by then, because eventually you'll realize it's Groundhog's Day and you're just stuck. And you want to get out, and then eventually say, yep, I'm most likely just going to have to collapse everything, and I'm going to have to release all these contracts. And that's how you actually will get out. But there's so many, it's all internal and within inside of you. So there's lots of hologram, implants, different types of energy cords, nets, imprisonment, most likely that you'll have to move through up and out the crown. So just remember up and out the crown, up and out the crown, softwares and the bandwidth cycles, and up and out the crown. Sometimes you have to do really funny things to move them out. You need to collapse blueprints and structures in your Merkaba system, and then you can reverse construct and then dismantle. Hopefully you guys understand that, but it's the tetrahedrons. So you want to recognize you actually do have 2 tetrahedrons. You can actually reverse them and then move them back and forth in different spin cycles, and that actually will help you get out of warps. Okay. And there's a lot of, this is like coming in. So what we do to have fun, kind of put things around the house that looks like a lucid dream. So grids are actually really fun. Crystal grids, or the grids that I've been teaching people how to make, the alchemy grids, they actually look like items from a lucid dream. So if you want to flip-flop and to flip-flop the 5th dimensional bandwidth, you can create lucid dreams in your waking state to start putting out items that look like a dream state. So pay attention to your dream state if you're having 5th dimensional dream states, and start making things look like a lucid dream, like an actual lucid dream in your waking state. Lots of colors, really funny divine child things. Kind of put things in really funny places and different types of orders and structures, and you want to rearrange the whole house, clean up the house, rearrange the whole house. If you're a neat freak or control freak or a perfectionist, you want to make everything messy. So you want to keep everything really messy for like a week or 2, and that will actually help your reversal spin and help you clear softwares at the same time. If you are always told to do things like cleaning the bathroom or certain type of things, doing dishes, don't do anything for like a week and a half, and that should actually reverse your whole timeline. That'll get you out of a funny Groundhog's Day. If you guys have taken heavy drugs in your, that's another thing coming in. There's lots of heavy drugs coming in, lots of marijuana. Not that we're not against it, just letting you know, not everybody knows where these things come from. Synthetic drugs, all different types of paths, if you want to say, alcohol, drugs. You want to detox, lots of detoxing in your body, probably for about 3 years. Yeah, balancing, kind of energetic balancing your chakra system. You want to focus on the neurological networks in your brain too. All the neurological networks, and you could focus on activating, I know it sounds funny, but activating your mouth of God networks. Okay, so if you want to write this down, your mouth of God networks will actually reboot the system, and that will actually help you with purifying your system and the networks. Anything for the nervous system, detoxing, purification, herbal supplements definitely work, but you want to tune into this. There's lots of, you can go get soul fragment pieces back, and there's all kinds of stuff, but you really want to focus on the energy body. The mouth of God is a huge network system, and it is on the internet. You can look up the networks. It's pretty much like the back of the brain, pituitary gland, pineal gland, vortex. There's another canal in the back of the neck too, in throat chakra here, thyroids, crown networks, tuning and toning your field. So that would be the next thing. Especially, we know you want to detox for 3 years, and that's okay. So you have that long, right? But you want to look at certain things. Paranoia is one of them. So if you know that you've taken heavy drugs, you most likely have suicidal softwares, paranoia softwares, okay? Lots of fear softwares that are going to be in your body. And that really has a lot to do with your neurological system. What is it? Yeah, you want, what is it? It's a fascia system. You want to clear distortions in the fascia system. It's a purification in the fascia system. Okay, it's different types of networks. You can actually bring it fully online. It's actually really cool when you actually do bring it online. It looks very magenta and purple. So I've actually seen it. It's actually really pretty when it's actually when it actually is fully online, to me anyways, looks like plasma field, but I got like lots of like fuchsia colors and really beautiful purple. You can access that through your quantum computer system. Detoxing, Safasca system, purification, distortions. Most likely you can do meditation, but you want to recognize if you actually know that you have done this, you want to recognize your softwares from it and also the neurological damage. And it's also soul level. Don't get me wrong, there's fragments, energies, but the physical body, they actually do want to look at the networks in the physical body. Now, what you could do is you can dismantle anything, and you really can dismantle it. Yeah, holographic inserts, dismantling, imprints, implants, tags, flags. You want to dismantle all of those too. Most likely your energy field is full of a whole bunch of implants too. So you want to move through that too. Move through all these cords. You have lots of cords too, so you want to start clearing those cords too as well. You can balance, but what I was going to say is that if you know you've accelerated in your Merkaba system, you can always get a yes or no with your higher self. When you accelerate in the Merkaba system, kind of a little bit like some of us that have, what you can do is dismantle, reset, readjust, and reboot your whole system. So you want to kind of shut your system down, reboot it. Shut your system down, reboot it. And then you want to reverse spin the tetrahedrons. And you want to actually start working with your tetrahedrons. And as you work with the tetrahedrons, you can kind of reverse back and you should be able to flush everything out of the crown. Also, what they're showing me. But to be honest with you, purification, loving your body, the actual Merkaba system can do so much. Okay, the Merkaba can heal you really fast. It's a super quantum computer system, so you have to understand actually could heal you at a light speed. So you can talk to it, eventually realize it actually talks back when you can hear it. When you move through all your belief systems or your seals, your frequency fences, eventually you'll realize you can dismantle anything in your body. And then there's nanotechnology, nanobots, and that stuff is real. There's electronics and all kinds of implants. That's why I said eventually you're going to have to recognize even like everything that you ate, canned food, all kinds of stuff. You're going to have to clear and purify a lot out of your body. Okay. Just letting you know, besides all that, you can dismantle, you can use your quantum computer system to adjust anything that you need it to do. It's there, you just need to talk to it. Okay, communicate to it. It's a vehicle system, a super intelligent system that's around you. It'll do anything. So if you know that you have nanotech, or is it nanotech, nanobots, nanotechnology, you want to deactivate and dismantle it. You can program it. You can program it for shields. You can program it to dismantle anything that comes into your field that has nanotechnology, nanobots, any type of arctrons and implants and all that fun stuff that everyone talks about that is really real. It depends on where you go to. You can shield yourself to make sure that it doesn't come into the actual field system. Tags you want to look at too. You can dismantle and deactivate any tags too in the super quantum computer system. But to be honest with you, if you're not fully intact yet with your tags, if you still have one hanging on, you can learn how to crush out your tags. And you could work out and do a nice workout and crush your tags out. Set the intention to crush your implants out. Set the intention to crush the tags out. Some of them will be in the spinal cord and you want to crush them out. Pay attention to how you feel. Do you still have paranoia softwares? Do you still have suicidal softwares? Okay, you want to pay attention to this if you actually use some of these techniques. Okay, realize that you have that power, you have that source grid. You want to tap into that source grid, plug into that source grid, and to recognize and to take your full power back that you can dismantle all of this. That is literally just an illusion of the matrix. One of the highest illusions is a control matrix, and it's a fear in the matrix. It is a virus. Do not get me wrong. We do know about the virus. We know about the virus. It takes a long time to purify it out. Okay, trust me. So I've been doing this a long time. You want to be able to purify this virus within yourself. You can purify in the networks. You want to deprogram it. But fear is the highest illusion. pain, and fear, even physical pain. Physical pain is an illusion. A lot of people have talked about this, conscious way showers, lots of everyone that has reached higher states of consciousness that do come out and talk about it, that pain is actually an illusion. It really is. One day when you awaken more, physical pain is actually an illusion too. Okay, so you will have to understand, if you believe it, it's going to be there. You don't believe it, that you pretty much mastered it, right? Mastered through the illusion. Okay, so there's certain things you want to look at is all belief systems. A lot of people say, go within and look at your belief systems, your limited belief systems. You want to move these out of your vessel. Eventually, there are energetic distortions too that you can move out of your vessel. Oh yeah, that's funny. Okay, so the next thing is you need vitamins. So I would just activate vitamins in my body too. So you can do this too. You can activate vitamins, you can activate any frequency on this planet into your system. So I would just sit there, and I actually did this obviously when I was going through these crazy accelerations with Source. I'm going to say with Source because eventually, after Source was done with me, Source said, okay, now you know all the secrets here, so I need you to create and create wisely. I was like, really? After all this time? Okay. So I was able to break through all these boxes, but during the time up on the Smoky Mountains, I needed nutrition in my body. I was able to activate vitamins in my system. So you can activate vitamins in your system. You can activate anything that you need in your system. You can actually activate water. All kinds of stuff into your system. So I realized anything that we do need, you can. So I realized that too. It was actually really interesting. You can activate any frequency in your system. And the Merkaba actually is a fully intact vehicle, super intelligence, that will be able to restore you at any time. So, and I realized that too, having fun with it, but not so much fun with my human was not having fun during that time. Moving to consciousness now, the next thing is that once you expand more, purification, because everybody wants to manifest their realities and create their realities, right? You want to manifest your sacred union partner. So I'll tell you one trick. It's really funny. It came to me today, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but eventually one day you want to go. If you want a wife, you want to go pick out some clothes, buy your wife some clothes that you want to manifest. Buy some clothes for a husband that you want to manifest. I know it sounds really funny. Like you want to actually lay it in the bed next to you and put the clothes out, put like little jewelry and I don't know, whatever you want to dress them up in. It sounds hilarious. But if you really want to manifest, you're just like, I really want to manifest my highest partner next to me. You actually want to bring it into the physical and be like, okay, so here's his clothes, or here's her clothes, or whatever it is. It doesn't have to be like that. It could be a baby. So you have to think about this for a minute. Like, how many people manifest having a baby? And they actually probably go out and buy the items, buy the clothes for the baby. They're actually like all excited about having a baby that they haven't created yet. So they create the baby. So if you really want something, you have to actually start buying it. So if you want a husband, you want a 5th-dimensional husband, and we're talking about a 5D husband, okay, or a galactic husband, or whatever it is that you're like, this is what I want. Okay, so you want to go and actually buy the clothes and lay them next to your bed. It's actually, I don't know, it's like came to me today. It's actually really funny. That is manifestation. If you want a wife or a divine wife, a divine partner, you can go and actually go and get her clothes and her jewelry or whatever it is that you see, and actually lay it down on the bed and just feel like, okay, I'm creating you at this point. And you actually want to start creating. I think it's funny. It's usually a lot what people want is they want a baby, you want a partner, you want a relationship, you want a best friend. Well, if you really want a best friend or soul family, then you should go and start buying items for the soul family. And it's okay. You can put it in the bed with you because it's your vortex and your Merkaba, or you could just go put it somewhere in the house and make an actual grid. I want soul family here. So when they do actually get there and it's 5th-dimensional soul family, you have items to get, you have presents, you have gifts to give them. So you could do this too. I know it sounds funny. This is creation and manifestation. If you want to go to Hawaii or to Greece, you want to actually Start printing stuff out, actually get prepared for it, start buying suitcases, get ready to quantum jump into quantum accelerate. You want to materialize it into physical form. It does have a lot to do with the physical body too as well. Detoxing the body, the ascension body, and creating timelines. You want to be able to create it, so most likely you're going to have to go to sleep, and the ascension process is lots of sleep. Unless you're in full service, you can't sleep. Your higher self will tell you when you have to sleep for like a month, and will eventually tell you if it's really like this, then stop doing everything and just go to sleep for like a week. Like literally just lay in bed and sleep and upgrade so we can create a new timeline. That's what we do. So we reset our timelines and readjust our timelines before we go to bed every single night. My Merkaba will pretty much tell me what I need in my body or what I don't need in my body. So we reset the timelines, we collapse timelines, clear timelines as fast as possible. I don't feel like playing out any timelines anymore that are unnecessary timelines. So I most likely would just sleep. Just lay down and rest and just sleep. I'll collapse all my timelines right before I go to bed. And you can do that at light speed, and then I'll sit there and create. So I would just sit there and start creating. Now, if I'm in fear, or if I have all these softwares and all of this stuff coming up is like ucky and nasty and all kinds of stuff, I'm not going to create anything. I'm going to know I better collapse my timelines. I better reset everything, or I need to halt my Merkaba. So I'll just do everything in the halt, and I won't do anything. I'll just go to sleep, and I will just clear everything that's coming up in my dream state. So when I wake up, if I'm not in the fifth dimension again, then I most likely need to keep looking within and keep going within and keep looking at everything to shift the vibrational frequency. I have to move through the trauma, and it's most likely cellular trauma, and everything is cellular trauma in the dimensions here. So you have to understand that too. The third dimensional frequency bandwidth is trauma. The fourth dimensional frequency bandwidth is trauma. There's all types of trauma. There's galactic trauma, all different types of distortions of trauma that you have to clear on a cellular level. So you want to understand this too. Cleansing, clearing, purifying your system. You want to create a vortex. The highest vortex that you can create is with lots of crystals and millions of crystals. Sleeping with millions of crystals in your room, underneath your bed, everywhere. Make sure you cleanse your millions of crystals, please. So every week, most likely, you need to clear all your crystals before you put them back in the bed. The crystals are the highest contracts to upgrade your body. They'll help you with rejuvenating high timelines, and also rejuvenating and collapsing timelines. So they'll help you with creating timelines, collapsing timelines, activating light within your body, deprogramming you as fast as possible, template wipes, wiping your templates, clearing your frequency bandwidths, detoxing your body, rejuvenating your body, cellular rejuvenation too, crystallization, activating your star particles and your diamonds in your body. So just letting you know, it said working with all of these lovelies are lots of fun. Once you get into the fifth dimension, it's totally different existence. So the existence is different. A lot of people are like, that's crazy. Like, how do you do that? It's not to us because we trust in our higher self. Okay, so but you have to understand, I guess this movie, you have to understand that it takes years to trust in the higher self. Okay, it takes millions of years. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. Millions of years to trust your higher self. To take that trust, to know that even if I sleep for a month, that everything will be done, and it would be done. Okay, so you'll have to trust no matter what you do, no matter what you shift, no matter what you release. And it's releasing what is not in energetic alignment, what is in energetic alignment. You will know because nothing will flow. Something is extremely off, so you know you have to release something really big and to adjust all your timelines as fast as possible. And that's most likely going to sleep, going within, having your moments, your phoenix cycles, at least in the vortex in your bed. I do recommend keeping the room the highest as possible, with lots of, like I said, lots of crystals, plants, anything that's going to bring oxygen, oxygen and water into your system, that has light and solar light. So plants have lots of source light, and then also crystals have source light too. Everything that's going to keep everything at a high vibrational frequency bandwidth. Cleansing, clearing, and detoxing. Oh, I almost forgot. Plant-based products for cleaning. Not eating canned food, and then, what is it? BMF free. These just kind of checking into certain things in the house. Most of the time, the phones are in a certain room. Phones and computers, all of that, do not sleep. There's never a TV in the room either, but that's just for us. Keeping everything as far away, any electronics, airplane mode too as well. Turning everything off. That actually will assist you when you're sleeping. The more sleep you get during ascension, the more your body will activate in light. You can go through the ascension process, probably resting, upgrading, activating more source light into the physical body, photonic light in the body. The ascension body, the crazy bizarre, the highest contract that I've ever had is with the sun, and that is upgrading the physical body system. Also working with the sun technology. I'll just go and sit in the sun like this. It's the most blissful state of consciousness that I can reach. I sit there, and I mostly sit with my Lyran, and he'll sit there in front of me like this, and we'll usually sit and meditate. He's a solar being, a galactic being, and just will sit in front of me, and we usually I'll face the sun, but I make sure that I align the sun right here. Everyone has their own techniques, but I align it to my headdress. And I close my eyes, and I'll just align it to my headdress, and I'll just start breathing it in, and I align to the higher harmonic universe. So the higher harmonic universe sun systems. I guess that would be the second or the third, but I usually I work with the fifth harmonics. So I like working with the fifth harmonic universe, and I'll start breathing that in. But I do love the sun. The sun, I mean, obviously, I do love the sun system. It's it. But there are multidimensional dimensions of the sun. So the one that I know I'm looking at, to me, looks like the crisis star, but I will have to say it's the Aurora sun. I call it the Aurora sun system. So if you notice, it's changed. It has actually changed dimensionally. Anyone who has tuned into it, and you can see all the rainbows around it, and lots of ultraviolet that's coming from it. The ultraviolet to me is more of the when I tune into the ultraviolet, I see the higher harmonic universe, like higher harmonic universe 5. And that's the one that I actually like tuning into the most. There's many sun systems, star systems, and the star systems and sun systems are within inside of you. So eventually you realize that there's a whole universal grid system. It does have a lot to do with the ascension body and the actual body itself, is that there's a universal system within your body. There's an actual galactic system within your body. And it's a whole system, and it's multiverse system. It's way more than that. Eventually you'll realize it's really expanded within inside of you, and that you're the universal system, and you're like the universe. Eventually you'll see that too, and it's beautiful to look at. I'm going to go into a few questions. If anybody wants to share, you guys are able to share. If anybody has questions on YouTube, anybody that has questions, I'm going to wait for anyone who has questions here. Oh, that's beautiful. Amethyst Alchemist says, I survived and healed so fast from an accident where I flew out at 80 miles per hour. That's amazing. Yeah, I definitely believe you. That's 100%. Yes, we can heal ourselves at a rapid speed. I don't know if anybody here has any questions. Anyone on the Zoom feed, on the Zoom meeting? I'm going to take a few questions for the chat and the YouTube chat. So I'm just waiting for anyone who wants to type, unless it's frozen. They said, I don't know. I see a few people. Let me see. Okay, Akasha, did you ever experience tiny wings? And all sizes of orbs and circles strung together, flying around all of you? Yes. Okay, wait a minute. Something drops in my eye, multiple inner voices between heart and root. Yes. Small wings, tiny wings. Yes. Tiny wings at the head. Small size orbs and circles. Yes, all the time. I experience this, and that's for Don Price. I experience that every day. So I see tons of small orbs. I know it's the Aurora Councils. There's blue plasma orbs that I see, blue plasma. I know that those are different Andromedans. The Aurora Councils will come in little orbs, but it looks like bubbles of purple. And the Aurora Lights, purple and gold. And it looks like the Aurora Light orbs. So they actually look beautiful, like bubbles coming in. So I see lots of bubbles, orb bubbles. The Arcturians usually will come in on my screen. They have like a teleportation device, like a crystal vice. It's like hooked up into my ship. So they come in all the time, but they etherically, pretty much like, I guess you would say that kind of etherically biolocate through like consciousness. I call it a teleportation elevator. That's fine. An actual like teleportation elevator system. They have like a huge hookup on my ship, so I always let them in, and it looks like a teleported vortex. That's what it would seem like, but it's actual part of their system. It looks really beautiful. It has universes, galaxies falling. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. But they have like lots of access into my field system. So when I do see them, they're like full-bodied. So Arcturians are full-bodied when I actually stand in front of them. So that's really cool. Orbs, wings, yes. So I see lots of beings. They look blue. Blue, white, and frequency. And I would say we all have wings here. Kind of like the Hermes hat. So little wings here. I see lots of beings around me that actually have wings, and those are, I guess they call them collective angelics. I've heard collective angelics, but they're angelic humans, and they have wings on the side of their heads. Those are really cool. I've seen a few of those standing in front of me a few times. Some of it's a part of the Merkaba system. So I do know that. Rings, yes. Small orbs. Orbs all the time, but orbs are Merkabas. I know that. Orbs can be Merkabas, different Merkabas. Circles strung together, yes, I see them all the time. Those are like light portals. Rainbow orbs is a new rainbow race frequency that's coming in. So if you guys are just now seeing all the rainbow orbs, those are their Merkaba systems. They have really high quantum systems. What is it? Most likely parallel Earth systems. And those ones come in. They would come in as orbs at first. So how would you explain it? Yeah, I guess it would be like that. That's a good one, guys. Someone council speak telepathy to me. But like in the Wizard of Oz, you know how, what was her name? The godmother. I don't know. The fairy godmother. It's not fairy godmother. Anyways, it's just like really beautiful riding in a bubble. And she's inside of the bubble. Well, that's how they come in the Merkaba. So it looks like a bubble. And they come in a Merkaba and then they can actually, you know, come into the physical. So they can do that too. There's different ones in different systems though. Ascended Masters have different systems, really weird systems actually. Then you have advanced galactic beings, and then there's travelers from the future, and their systems are interesting. So they have solar systems. They actually do look like, I guess they call them Christic solar systems, now that I was able to tune into that. And their systems will look like bubbles coming in. They could have rainbow frequencies because of the light body systems, and they actually will look like that, but everything's moving really fast, and they usually look like they're running in or kind of gliding. There's no gravity. I don't know how to explain it, but a lot of them will run like this. It's kind of like the elliptical is probably, if you've ever ridden on elliptical, that's actually how they'll run in really fast. Some of them have silver systems, but most of them have crystal systems. Those are the ones, majority of my teams look like that. They actually run. Kind of looks like they're running a little bit, kind of like at a light speed, like that. And those are really advanced galactic systems. So there's actually more advanced than that, but they will look like solar. The vehicles are actually really cool because you can actually see the rings and the frequency bandwidth. So Don Price, if I was going to say anything, now I know there's a light portals, but you could be seeing circles of the actual Merkaba rings coming in. Okay. When I chant, I think it's chant. Hopefully that's able to help you. How do we have permanent DMT flowing? Was it from your Kundalini awakening? I guess. I was like, well, let me see. Well, Indara's is one of them. No. My Indara's keep me at a really high state. I'm going to say it's the that's fine. That was like a joke. It's a natural process of the plasma body. Okay, so the Kundalini awakening is the beginning, yes, because the Kundalini body is the first body. It's one of the first bodies that you would awaken to. The plasma body. Okay, the plasma body is pretty much the flowing. So you want to work through the bodies, moving from the human body to the light body, to atomic body, diamond body. Diamond codes are diamond body systems, and then plasma body. So the plasma body is how everything expands, and pretty much like DMT is always flowing naturally, and it's natural. Decalcifying, you want to work on decalcifying those vortexes. To be honest with you, I just was bursted open by the sun. So I don't know how to explain it to anybody, that my body just went into a solar flare. So that's what happened to me. It was just natural contract, I guess, with the sun systems. So I think I honestly think 100% it could be, I feel like it's more of an Andromedan sun system when I would tune into it. So there's multiple sun systems. It's just the sun pretty much bursted open all of my networks in my brain. And that's what I definitely know, because it was clear in front of my face. And you can say in front of my face, but was on my screen in a sense, that I could just see the sun just busting open my vortexes. So plasma body, you just want to upgrade to the plasma body, and that actually will help the flow. Okay. Sun gazing too as well, opening up the heart portals and the heart gate systems. But I would have to say it's the plasma system, and the plasma body would keep everything permanently flowing all the time. Now, it's DMT fluctuating, that's fine, that's higher states of consciousness. Heart expansion working on the heart center and the higher heart chakra. So it's a whole network and a diamond network, a diamond chamber network that has to keep activating and flowing. So blissful states of consciousness is through the heart gate. I'm going to say the highest DMT penetration, you would think it's DMT, it's not the pineal gland, it's the actual heart chambers and your higher heart chakra. That right there is what you need to keep expanded. Plasma Body Systems has multiple DMT networks, natural producing of nectar, and also purity system. You have to go through a purification process too as well. Is what everything just has to be in purity. All right, blue and white orbs. Those are just your. I think that's more you. Those are your councils. Well, those are your Ryan, those are your multidimensionals. Those are just you standing around you, trying to get you to see them. The white orbs is your light body. Parts of your light body is what I'm tuning into. It's actually really cool to be able to look at it. All right, should focus into. We should focus awesome. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the process. We have one more day. These are going to be the longest days because I have sessions for the next 2 days. So I will sit on here with you guys for the first 2 days. Tomorrow and then Wednesday and Thursday I can only do like an hour and a half because I have sessions. I have service work to do. So, all right. Do you get headaches from headphones? Earphones, yes. Those, okay, so tuning and toning, I do have to go into this because I almost forgot about it. Tuning and toning your field or in your ears. Ringing, yeah, we're going to go back to that. Ringing in the ears. Ringing in the ears is tuning and toning. There's a really cool frequency of teleportation. Teleportation, it sounds like magical rings. Like, I don't know how to explain it. There's high-pitched ringing in the ears that's tuning and toning your frequencies. Your universe tuning and toning, it's like ringing all the time. All you hear is ringing, 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 ringing. Ringing 24/7, 360 days a week, it's just ringing. That's your tuning and toning. Your tones and your tuning is where your ear networks are. So yes, the Bluetooths and the headphones and the earphones will have different types of energetic frequency interference. At the time, you most likely have to shift that, probably remove it for a little while, find something new, find a new way not to use headphones most likely, or earphones for a long period of time. Then you can go back to it. You can always go back to it, but for right now you're probably tuning and toning your field. You're tuning and toning, and because you're tuning and toning, Ryan, you won't be able to withhold those frequencies in your ears. There's crystals, there's a whole network, and that actually tunes and tones your universal structures, tunes and tones your light body, tunes and tones your spiritual body, your morphogenetic field. It's an actual energetic, huge blueprint network, crystal grid system, and the crystals in your body too as well. So it seems like you're just sensitive, so everything will become really sensitive. Everything becomes sensitive. Phones become sensitive. Lights become sensitive. You have to be in the dark. I was in the dark forever, turning lights off all the time. Don't have lights on. Everything becomes really sensitive. Super, super sensitive. It's a part of the density removing and the detox too as well. Detoxing the body. Detoxing the body from electronics, phones. Oh yeah, I'll go into that too, since we're just going to stay on, I guess, guys. It said detoxing the body from electronics, phones, devices, lights. You'll become sensitive to everything. Not only people, because you'll be sick. You'll be sensitive about people. You won't be able to be around people for a long time either. So you're gonna have to get used to that too. You won't be able to be in someone's field for a long time. You're expanding in light. When you expand in light, you have to go inward more. You become sensitive to everyone, sensitive to anybody. You can walk in somebody's field and you pretty much just picked up everything off of them. You won't be able to. There's no way. You'll be seeing yourself just walking away. You don't fluctuate in that dimension anymore. So because you don't fluctuate in that dimension, you are expanding in light, becoming sensitive. Then eventually you're just gone. Like you're just disappeared. You're not in that dimension. You can't even walk into their dimension anymore. You just won't be able to. You'll realize this. Your higher self literally will say, walk away, walk away, walk away, walk away. Eventually you hear the voice going, get out. Figure out how to get out. Walk away. You're gonna have to walk away. This isn't a dimensional frequency that you fluctuate anymore. You're gonna have to move away. You can't sit here. You won't be able to sit in this person's field for too long. You can sit for a little bit. You'll become really sensitive all the time. Eventually, your higher self will say, okay, all right, this isn't working anymore. So that's out of alignment. And this is, it could be with anything, anyone, in an environment. It has nothing to do with the external out there. It has to do with vibrational frequency and density, or where you're at on your ascension process, that you're fluctuating in another dimension, in a higher dimension, or you're fluctuating in the dimension that you need to go within and to shift a lot internally within inside of you. So a lot of it could be internal work, or it could just be that it's not holding the frequencies anymore. It's just the blueprint's not there anymore. The timelines, the reality, the everything's just not, it's not there anymore. It's not the purest frequency, so lots has to be shifted. Tuning and toning universe, lots of ringing in the ear. Teleportation's really fun. Teleportation feels like you're going through a suction cup, you're reversing forward, being pushed forward, reversing backwards. That's actually really fun. I've been driving one time and felt like the car was going backwards. That was crazy. That was crazy. I held the frequency for a little bit just for my higher self, because my universe will be like, just hold the frequency. Hold it. You got to hold this right now. You have to hold it, so we can experience it again. I'm like, experience driving backwards, feeling like you're driving backwards. Oh my God. That's the tetrahedrons. Okay. So that's your tetrahedrons. Yeah. Reversing back. That was crazy too. That was the craziest experience. But you got to hold the frequency. So ringing the ears, being pulled out of your body, feeling like you're being stretched. That's your higher self stretching your body. Suction cup, teleportation. My vortexes are always in my bed, because my biggest vortex is in my bed and obviously in my plasma bubble. So the highest vortex would be feeling like you're stretching, or you're teleporting forward, teleporting backwards, teleporting to the left, teleporting to the right. You'll know when you're teleporting because you'll hear like really loud ringings. And this one sounds like little like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just ongoing ringing. That's how I know I'm going through a teleportation, and I'm pretty much teleporting through a huge gateway reality. So I know tomorrow when I wake up, everything's going to be different. Most likely I'll be in the crystalline matrix, like more into the crystalline matrix, more into the plasma matrix. Everything will be different tomorrow. I know it'll be pure, so that's really cool. Sometimes before it wouldn't be. You just go, it feels like you just went into a different dimension. You will go into lower dimensions and you will go back into the higher dimensions. So those are teleportations. Stretching, suction cup in the body, feeling like a reversal backwards. I've been the past like 3 days, 4 days. Yeah, a singing bowl inside of your head. Exactly is what it sounds like. Ongoing singing bowl inside of the head. These are like really huge things about ascension. The ascension body, ascension matrix is the ringing. Constant ringing is tuning and toning the field. Constant ringing is can be a template wipe. Template wipe, new template coming in, whole new template coming in. So you have to tune and tone for the new template. Resistance is why you drop. So you'll keep dropping because of resistance. That's not always true either. So the next thing would be softwares, major softwares, everything that you thought was there, you thought was gone. And then you have all this stuff, more stuff coming up, way digging deep. Lots of software is coming to the surface. When you hear all the ringing and the tuning and toning, you pretty much know you're about to go through a huge reset. You should know that you better start moving everything as fast as possible, like moving everything out, shifting and rearranging your whole life for a huge new template coming. Resting, taking care of yourself, taking care of the body, detoxing the body, anything and everything that you can do for self-care. Self-care is huge too. Self-care is taking your power back completely. Self-care is saying no. Self-care is not answering phone calls or texts where you can feel that energetic energy that is just dense. Okay? You have to recognize these frequencies. You have to learn how to say no. You'll have to move through the softwares and through the fears of that. That has a lot to do with the inner child aspects of I'm gonna get in trouble or I'm doing something wrong. Okay? Those are what will be coming up in your frequency bandwidth. You're gonna have to purify that out too. Getting in trouble, I'm doing something wrong, I'm not answering this person. Okay, so you need to move through that. Those are all your inner child aspects that will start coming up. If you can feel a frequency coming in before you even look at your phone. Okay, you should be able to feel anything coming in before you look at your computer for an email. You can feel frequencies. So then eventually you're gonna have to start moving out. You better move out all those contracts as fast as possible. Eventually, one day you'll realize just move them out. Don't answer them, move them out. Because eventually you'll realize these are the frequencies that you do not want in your life. You'll have to let go. And that's when you hit the fifth dimensional frequency bandwidth. It's not about negative energies. Okay? It's nothing to do with that. It's about density. It's about the ascension process. It's about you. Eventually one day it's about you. And you'll have that's self-care. And that's choosing you. You have to go through that. That's a template, self-care template. And then you're like full service. Because we can always be full service, right? That's easy. What about our service? You know? What about service within? What about healing yourself? Okay, so is that eventually that's going to be the biggest template. You'll realize that's one of your hugest templates. So tuning, toning your field, start paying attention to frequencies. Really pay attention to every frequency coming in. Once you do that, you'll become a frequency master. You really will become a frequency master. You have to clear the software zone. You have to look at all aspects of you, all identities of you, all trauma in your field. You'll be able to feel it really fast. Okay? We read through frequency. Eventually, you'll be a master reader that you can read through a frequency connecting into the consciousness of anyone. You can walk into their field and you can see everything. All through time and space. At a 360 degree. All through time and space, all intentions, all agendas, everything. Really, really fast. And it's okay. That's who they are. And eventually you'll just have to go, all right, well, you know what? Let me just see, why am I here in this frequency? What are our contracts? And you can look at your contracts. A lot of people think you have to finish karmic contracts. You really don't have to finish karmic contracts. You can pull your power back and choose yourself and release all karmic contracts. And those are frequencies. Frequencies, right? You want to focus on raising your vibrational frequency, tuning and toning your field. What is sensitive to your body? Because eventually on my process, I just realized, well, I might as well change everything in my environment, and it has to be everything. So, like I said, supplements, nutrition, pure water, plant-based products. Oh, hair, we forgot to get into that. Hair food. Look up some really good hair food. Henna dyeing, if you're women or men that dye their hair. If you dye your hair, it's another thing. Chemicals. My God, can you imagine what you should imagine, because I was not awake at one point, and I'm a woman, so the chemicals that I have to clear in my brain is insane from dyeing my hair. I didn't realize what I was doing to myself. That's insane. Wow. That's a detox. There are some good products that you can use. The hair will talk to you. It's like tentacles. It has all kinds of connections. There's hair food. You can look at it. Eventually you can look it up. You want to nurture, talk to your hair. Might want to keep it long too. Hair is really important. Products that you put into your hair. So eventually, you won't be able to be. You just can't. You won't be able to, because you're purifying your system, that everything has to be purified. So eventually you won't have certain items in the house. You won't even allow them in the house. You just can't allow it in the house. That's the highest frequency, purest frequency. It's not really a reading. We can ask questions. Connecting to what the Rishi, you want to I would develop meditation for 30 days, bringing the Rishi into your physical body, kind of like connecting to the frequency, kind of merging an embodiment, kind of visualize embodiment. And you want to meditate for at least 30 days and connecting. I don't know if because that's a high being to communicate. So it's in frequency, most likely frequency, sound tones, and colors. Okay. For your question though, connecting to that being, it's a high being. I don't even think that you'd be able to hear a voice of it. So you want to realize it's probably frequency, sound tones, and colors you're getting. I see you already can connect to this higher being of yours. Okay. It seems like you're getting sound tones and frequencies, and I think what humans want, and it's the human part, they want some type of voice, right? Or something bigger. We're always looking for something bigger, pizzazzy, something really big to happen. This is a really high frequency being. It communicates to you through color, like sounds and colors, frequencies. I mean, they all communicate in frequencies. Mine can speak. It's like some of them actually speak, but they do everything telepathically. Some of them actually can talk. They can actually translate, but I usually translate in light language with them. And it's not really light language, star language, angelic languages, galactic languages. It's like multiple languages. Yeah, some of the Sumerian languages. So we speak in frequency back and forth. My oversoul definitely knows how to speak English. So hopefully it's like it definitely knows how to speak to me and going hello, and I'm like, oh my god, like really loud. Kind of sounds like a programmer up there. It's really strange. Where I'll look up going, who is this? Like, which one is this? It sounds like programmer, robotic, really funny. Listening to it sounds more masculine. So I hope this was able to help you. Let me see. Connecting into it, but you do hear it. You're 20 years old. Yeah, you're like a crystal rainbow child. I think that's really cool. You actually can. You feel like you just can't. For some reason, but it's most likely you want to bring the frequency in, so probably painting color. Painting and color is what I see. That's actually how you can bring the frequency in. It's not going to be, I really don't, it's going to be like quantum light technology. Yeah, quantum intelligence. Hormonal sound fields, yeah. Okay. Kuhn array currents. Kuhn array currents. If you actually email me, I'll send you some information. Yeah. Kuhn array grids. All right, so I think this is going to be, meditation is key. Yeah, that's all I heard for years, and they're right. I do a different type of meditation though. If you look on my website, you can go, not my website. If you go off my channel, I have a different one. So if you go to my playlist, you should be able to see Avatar Quantum Chi Flow. Why don't you try that? Because that's the only meditation they would ever get me into. It's Avatar Quantum Chi Flow. I do call it Avatar because it has to do with my Andromedan being. It's my Andromedan footwork, and it's like a footwork where we move in different, well, how would you say it? Like light alchemy, different movements with feet. Looks a little bit, I guess, like martial arts, somewhat. I don't even know how you would compare Kung Fu. Looks a bit like Kung Fu. So it's called Avatar Quantum Chi Flow. You can look it up, and that actually helped me connect to my avatar, connecting to my highest, to like bring my highest in. So hopefully that will be able to help you. Meditation is key. I heard it a lot, but I never did it. That was the only meditation I could find in doing, where I'd be able to integrate enough to embody and to communicate fully with my higher self. So hopefully that will help you. But yes, if you can meditate, that's even better. It took me forever to relax my mind. All right, so I'm going to finish up. If anyone on the meeting wants to tune in to say anything, please let me know. You can either pop on, but we're going to finish for today, and I'll see everybody tomorrow at 5. It should only be like an hour and a half for sharing tomorrow. Kind of looking at what the multidimensional me's and my crew, I guess, wants to talk about. Tomorrow would be like understanding matrix softwares, how to dismantle it. So we'll probably go into the conscious field just a little bit more and how to dismantle the conscious field, fear softwares, artificial intelligence softwares, belief systems, and how to go in and to dismantle them. Day 4 is going to be for quantum living. We do want to go into the third eye, into the heart center a little bit more, and all the fun stuff with the heart center. Telepathic communication with the heart. So it's the diamond body. So obviously you can tell we're working through body systems. So today's ascension body. Tomorrow, I believe, is a little bit more light body development, kind of learning how to move the softwares out of the conscious field. You really do have to move the programs up and out of your crown. So eventually you'll realize the programs literally have to come up and out the crown, out of the spinal cord. They can get stuck in certain areas. They'll be stuck in the chakra points that are closed. The diamond body systems, quantum jumping, quantum holographic, and holograms. So we'll go into a little bit about quantum jumping, and that should be fun. So always have your suitcase packed and ready to jump. I said, have your passport ready too as well. That should be fun. All right, so I love you guys very much. This one was a long one, so it seems like a lot of multidimensional me's, and yeah, my galactic husband wanted to come in and talk to you guys. So we love you very much, connecting to all of their frequencies coming in. So hopefully this was able to help you to expand and to support other starseeds. Matrices collapses. We'll go into the matrix collapses tomorrow. Something I want to touch base on and teaching you guys how to collapse your matrix through hand light technology, actually using your light hands to start moving through matrices, collapsing matrices inside of you. All right. So have a good night.
Great.
Lots